Good evening, everyone, and welcome to this extraordinary full council meeting. Please may I ask my chaplain to say prayers.
Let us pray. O God, grant each of us in this chamber openness of heart and mind to receive this report, to face up to events from the past and commit to creating a better future for Oldham's children and young people. Help us to debate with positivity, humility, respect, and an eagerness to learn from all who contributed to the findings of this report. Amen.
Amen. Please be seated. Right, we've gone to the items on the agenda, and item 1 is apologies. I have received apologies for absence from councillors Lancaster, Sharp, Sheldon and Hindle.
Madam Mayor, Councillor Ahmed as well.
Thank you. Item 2 on the agenda, declarations of interest. If any member has an interest to declare on any item in this meeting, please could you raise your hand and so to declare. A form will also be circulated for completion. Councillor Stratton.
Need to declare an interest because I was a witness in the report.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Speak up.
Right, I'll try and sit near the mic for you. Yes?
Yeah.
Councillor, yeah.
Interest by virtue of employment by Greater Manchester Police.
Councillor Williams.
Williamson, yeah, spouse works for the police, so personal interest.
Thank you.
Yeah, interest by virtue of receiving an occupational pension from GMP.
I declare an interest as well for GMP.
Personal but non-prejudicial interest in GMP.
Councillor Wilkinson.
In receipt of GMP pension.
Any more? Thank you. And we're now here to consider the independent assurance review of the effectiveness of the multi-agency responses to child sexual exploitation in Greater Manchester. Part 2 review into these historic safeguarding practices in the Borough of Oldham. I have had advance notice that Councillor Chatterton wishes to speak. Councillor Chatterton, please.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, I wish to move that the Council resolves into committee to consider this item, which will allow members and officers of the Council and Greater Manchester Police to present and respond to questions received. The time limit for public questions is to be removed to allow questions received to be answered. Councillors and members of the public will also hear from Malcolm Newsom by way of video statement, Gerard Jones, the Council's Director of Children's Services, and Chris Bowen, Chief Superintendent for Oldham District. All group leaders or their representatives will be given the opportunity to respond. Public questions received will be read out by the Chief Executive and answered by the relevant person. Councillors can ask any questions they have to the panel and the Director of Children's Services and Chief Superintendent to make closing statements. I therefore move that the motion that Council moves into committee, that public questions, Council procedure rules be suspended for this meeting, and that Council agrees to alter the order of the agenda to allow public questions to be taken following the group leader speeches, with member questions being taken following public question time. Councillor Moores will second that motion. Madam Mayor, for me, there's a minor amendment to that, isn't there? So the questions that have been received by the public will be read out by our Chief Executive, unless those people who have submitted a public question, if they are here tonight and wish to read that out themselves, then they are welcome to come up to the lectern and read that out. Move, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Moores.
Second the motion. Thank you.
Does council agree? Can you please show your hands? Yeah. Those in favour agreed, and those against? Any abstentions? Motion carried.
Madam Mayor, just take 1 minute then whilst we convene the panel, if that's okay, Madam Mayor. So 1 minute whilst we invite the Leader of the Council. We've got Andy Burnham as Mayor of Greater Manchester. We've got seats here for Gerard Jones and Chris Bowen. If you want to take the seats, and then they can address the Council and members of the public as a panel.
Yeah. Is everyone settled? Firstly, we will hear from Malcolm Newsom via video, one of the authors of the independent review.
Good morning, everybody. In November 2019, we were asked by Oldham Council and the Mayor of Greater Manchester to undertake a review into safeguarding practices in the Borough of Oldham. Our terms of reference required us to provide assurance regarding allegations made on social media about the risks posed to children in Oldham from child sexual exploitation. We were asked primarily to focus our review between the periods 2011 to 2014, but had authority to extend this timeframe, if necessary, to enable us to provide the necessary assurances. We acknowledge the significant strength of feeling locally in relation to this review and the commentary on social media. We are very grateful to the many individuals who have given their time to support us in our work, and also the immense amount of work to recover the significant amount of documentary evidence we have reviewed. We believe we've produced a thorough, diligent and independent report, not influenced by any party, and have set out in the appendices the significant amount of evidence we have considered before reaching our final conclusions. We've set out in Chapter 1 a summary of our key findings. These are covered in more detail in the respective chapters that form the body of the report. Chapter 2 sets out our methodology and the timeline for bringing forward the report to publication. For legal reasons, our report also contains confidential appendices which will not be published. We've summarised the conclusions of these confidential sections in our published report. I'll now turn to our key messages. We have found that throughout this period, the specialist services tackling child sexual exploitation provided by Oldham Council and Greater Manchester Police were strategically ahead of those available in many other local authorities at the time. However, these did not always translate at an operational level into the effective safeguarding of children experiencing sexual exploitation. Our own review of a sample of children has exposed significant failings in the protection provided by the statutory authorities to those children. We understand that Oldham Council and Greater Manchester Police have agreed to review the management of these cases to consider whether any further action can now be taken in respect of the men who exploited these children. We have been provided with no evidence to support the allegations circulated on social media to suggest that senior managers or counsellors sought to cover up either the existence of child sexual exploitation in Oldham or the complexity involved in tackling the perpetrators. Turn to shisha bars now. A robust approach was taken by Oldham Council and Greater Manchester Police to the emerging threat of child sexual exploitation posed by shisha bars between 2011 and 2014. Nonetheless, we have found evidence that a small number of children who were known to be sexually exploited were visiting shisha bars throughout 2011, 2012 and 2013. We have found no evidence that a BBC journalist, who we refer to as Journalist A, colluded with Oldham Council in not highlighting the potential threat presented by shisha bars. Quite to the contrary, we've seen clear evidence that Journalist A appropriately challenged and scrutinised the position held by both Oldham Council and Greater Manchester Police, and continued to investigate the story, which was eventually broadcast by the BBC. Residential care homes. We have been provided with no evidence to suggest there was widespread sexual exploitation of children in residential settings in Oldham. There is evidence that some children in residential settings were being exposed to child sexual exploitation. Some of these children had suffered this abuse prior to their admission. There is also evidence that some children who had not been exposed to sexual exploitation were drawn into it through the encouragement of other residents. However, the evidence suggests that residential staff worked in a professional and supportive way with these children to win their trust and protect them as far as possible from further abuse. We have concluded that there were, throughout this period, legitimate concerns on the part of both the council and the police that the high-profile convictions of predominantly Pakistani offenders across the country could be capitalised on by a far-right agenda and lead to the victimisation of the Pakistani community. Social cohesion and far-right activity had been a consistent focus of the public authorities in Oldham since the 2001 riots. However, it is clear from all the evidence we have seen that the council and its partners in no way avoided addressing this and in fact saw successful disruption and prosecution as the route to winning the confidence of all communities in Oldham. Taxi licensing. We have concluded that we've been provided with no evidence to suggest that senior managers or counsellors sought to cover up the potential exploitation of children by local taxi services. We have found that the council licensing panel had previously approved several licences to individuals who had been either accused or convicted of serious sexual offences. However, this serious weakness was recognised in subsequent years and the council strengthened its licensing policies in line with the more robust national guidance. I'll now turn to Sophie. We have considered a specific complaint by a person we refer to as Sophie. In 2019, Sophie wrote an open letter to the leader of the council, and in summary, this letter contained serious allegations that Sophie was subjected to profound sexual exploitation, and that Oldham Council and Greater Manchester Police failed in their duties to protect her. Sophie also complained that when these shortcomings were raised with both Oldham Council and Greater Manchester Police, they failed to investigate them appropriately and denied any failures on their part. We have concluded that the interventions of both the Council and Greater Manchester Police and the investigations into her allegations fell far short of what was required to protect Sophie, who was only 12 years old at the time of her abuse. Furthermore, we have concluded that these failures have been compounded by the denials that have subsequently been issued to Sophie and also to the chair of the Home Affairs Select Committee at the time. This lack of candour feeds the view that both agencies were more concerned about covering up their failures than acknowledging the harm that had been done to a vulnerable young person. We found no evidence that this approach was influenced by the leader of the council at the time or any other politician. However, we recommend in our report that both Greater Manchester Police and Oldham Council publicly acknowledge these serious failures and apologise to Sophie. We have also reviewed the cases of known offenders previously employed within Oldham Council, and we also considered councillors and others with positions in the council against whom serious allegations have been made. While we have included as much information as possible in our published report, for legal reasons we have placed some of the detail of our findings in a confidential appendix and have put our conclusions in the published report. We have concluded that there were a number of failings in the investigation of these cases, and these are set out in our report. I'll now turn to Offender A. A man we have called Offender A worked for Oldham Council between 1988 and 2006 as a welfare rights officer. In 2012, he was sentenced to 19 years imprisonment for serious offences relating to child sexual exploitation. And in June 2012, he was found guilty of a further 30 rape charges and was jailed for an additional 22 years. We have concluded that there were serious multiple failures by both Greater Manchester Police and Oldham Council to follow the procedures in place to investigate the threat he presented to children between 2005 and 2012. We believe that if the appropriate procedures had been followed, his offending behaviour could have been addressed at an earlier stage, and potentially the abuse of his subsequent victims may have been prevented. We have also considered the matter of a councillor we have called Councillor V, and the allegation on social media that he was victimised following the sharing of sensitive information in respect of shisha bars. We have concluded that there was a legitimate concern by both the leader of the council and the Police and Crime Commissioner at the time that confidential information had been inappropriately shared with a third party by Councillor V. We do not therefore believe that there were grounds to support the allegation that Councillor V had been victimised. Finally, we also reviewed the matter of another councillor we call Councillor Z and the allegation that he was punished for being a whistleblower. We believe that there were some inconsistencies and false assumptions in the report produced by an independent law firm into the standards complaint made against Councillor Z. We acknowledge, however, that the law firm acted in good faith and that the council was not responsible for the content of the independent investigation report or in any position to require the independent investigator to reconsider or amend their view. In conclusion, we would emphasise that during the period covered by our review, the strategic intent of senior leaders in Oldham was to tackle child sexual exploitation, and in that regard, they were ahead of many local areas. Nonetheless, our report has uncovered historic failings in the protection offered to specific vulnerable children at that time. There remains an opportunity for Greater Manchester Police and Oldham Council to now work with Sophie and the other survivors we have highlighted in our report to ensure that every opportunity is taken to bring the perpetrators who abuse them to justice. Thank you.
We will now hear from Gerard Jones, the Council's Director of Children's Services.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, thank you for everybody for being here today so we can discuss the recently published independent review into historic child sexual abuse in Oldham. This report has made it clear that horrific and inexcusable abuse of children took place in our borough. We as a community, as parents, as a safeguarding partnership and as a council should have protected those who were harmed, and we fell short. I know apologies cannot make up for the damage that has been done, but let me be clear to the people in this chamber and to the people of Oldham that since that time, of which the report covered, significant changes have been made to how we protect children and young people now. We have had multiple Ofsted visits and independent audits, and there's a much more focused and joined up and coordinated safeguarding approach in Oldham today than there was 8 and 20 years ago. We now have a greater focus on practical, on-the-ground support to children and families, so that strategies that are in place translate into real action in people's lives every day. We share information better with our partners, such as Greater Manchester Police, so whenever there are signs of potential abuse happening, our multi-agency safeguarding hub ensures that we act quickly. We have now dedicated training officers for our schools so that we can teach young people about the signs of abuse and how to report them. Thousands of students underwent these sessions last year because we know the ownership is not on them to protect themselves. It is upon us as a community and as a partnership to help them be protected. That's why we've made further changes in relation to licensing, so that no person who's been convicted of a sexual offence can be granted a taxi licence. And we've ensured that more safeguarding checks happen at taxi ranks and offices. If there are reports of premises being linked to potential CSE, a multi-agency response is triggered to gather information and take direct action to deal with those perpetrators. We have a new members' code of conduct in line with the Local Government Association advice on safeguarding, and further member safeguarding training, and all members have undertaken safeguarding training in the last year. The messenger service, which was identified as failing in the report, was replaced by the Phoenix team in 2014, and this eventually transitioned into our complex safeguarding hub, which today is located with Greater Manchester Police and allows us to be much more coordinated in sharing of information and acting to identify and deal with these criminals who are probably not in this chamber tonight, and let's be clear about responsibility. Deal with them through the proper investigatory arrangements. We've also ensured that if a young person goes missing for beyond 24 hours, we are having strategy meetings to look at each young person we're notified of to make sure that their safety is considered. It's also important to highlight that the culture we have now is to collectively view children and young people has changed than it was in earlier times. Anyone aged under 18 being potentially coerced or abused is a victim, and their situation is quickly flagged as a concern. So let me make it clear that it's not their fault and we are on their side. Lastly, I would like to say that these changes were not in response to the independent review. These are changes that have gradually made year on year as we have developed and improved our safeguarding services in Oldham. We have learned from the appalling situations these children found themselves in and have improved, but we are not complacent. Tackling child sexual exploitation is a continuing journey, and we will all our children to be better, and we will continue to improve in the way that we are determined to do so. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Finally, we will hear from Chris Bowen, Chief Superintendent for Oldham District.
Good evening. As we know, the safeguarding arrangements that were in place at Oldham Council and Greater Manchester Police during the period covered by the review were not good enough to protect children from sexual abuse. I would like to recognise those who for years have lived with these horrors, hurt and ongoing trauma for what has happened to them. I offer my sincere apologies for the failure to protect vulnerable children and young adults and for not thoroughly investigating the offences that have been committed against them. Today, I am taking part in this meeting alongside the Mayor and Oldham Council. I will offer no excuses for identified failings, but will emphasise that we are on a journey of continuous improvement and that tackling child sexual exploitation is a top priority. Tackling and preventing child sexual exploitation in Greater Manchester and the support available to the victims is thankfully now worlds apart from where we were in the early 2000s. Since this time, our response and working relationship with agency partners is so much more robust, and there is well-established multi-agency response to CSE. I can confirm today that GMP has changed since the time covered by this review. We now have training designed to enable our officers to better understand and recognise when a child's behaviour could be the product of abuse, and that we have specialist officers who are trained to take appropriate action to protect vulnerable children at risk. We now have dedicated complex safeguarding hubs in every district, where multi-agency teams actively safeguard vulnerable children and provide specialist support to anyone who comes forward as a victim of CSE wherever they are in the region. This approach puts the victim at the centre of everything we do, which ensures that proper support is provided by the right agencies and any safeguarding concerns are addressed. GMP's Oldham District's dedicated multi-agency team specifically comprises of social care, health, victim support and SARC that have come together to make sure that the victims and survivors are given the service they deserve. We did not wait for the review to remedy the lost opportunities of the past, and our investigations are already well underway thanks to our investment of over £2.3 million into the Child Sexual Exploitation Unit in GMP. Our officers in this unit, who are dedicated to pursuing perpetrators and seeking justice for the victims of CSE, regardless of the passage of time, has been behind operations which have since seen a number of investigative results. Following the release of this report, more survivors may want to make contact with the police and other services. This could include victims who have not previously known to GMP. So ahead of this publication of the Oldham CSE report, a further uplift to the CSE unit has been agreed to specifically focus on Op Sherwood, the operation name for supporting CSE victims in Oldham, taking it up to 106 officers pursuing offenders and seeking justice for those who should have had this support all those years ago. Whilst this will not compensate for the horrific experience that these victims endured, it is our hope that our dedication to leaving no stone unturned and the clear, incomparable multi-agency response to safeguarding and tackling CSE will provide some comfort to those whom we have let down in the past. And we may not have gotten this right in the past, but now is our time to seek the justice that is rightly owed. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. We now have the opportunity for group leaders or their representative to respond. I call on Councillor Chadderton to speak.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The report obviously makes for very difficult reading, and on behalf of Oldham Council, I want to again apologise to all the victims referenced in this report, and particularly to Sophie. No child should ever have to endure what you did, and I am deeply sorry for the way in which the Council let you down, both as a child and as an adult. As I said last week, I'll be writing to the victims in this report to offer an apology and offer to meet them in person to discuss their experiences and learn how we can improve further. We've also put in a wealth of support for victims, including a dedicated team of trained professionals to take their call. All information of this support is available on our website. We are also using this as an opportunity to re-educate people of the signs of CSE, and this information is also available on the Council website. I want to briefly pick up on two areas. Firstly, the changes that have been made since 2014, which built on some of the work previous to this and referenced in the report, and also on the ongoing challenges children's social care continue to face today. The report makes clear that there is no evidence that there was any kind of cover-up between the Council and Greater Manchester Police to hide child abuse. The Council and Greater Manchester Police clearly knew this was an issue, and the Greater Manchester-wide Project Phoenix was set up in response to this. The then leader from 2011 was publicly open about the challenges and threat that CSE and grooming pose to our young people in Oldham. They wrote a public blog of this in 2014 that clearly set out the challenges. It was also in 2014 that Ofsted held us up as an example of good practice for dealing with CSE. We were one of the first councils in the country to set up a multi-agency safeguarding hub with the aim of bringing officers from social care and the police together in one place. However, this report states that while there was a political and strategic vision to deal with CSE and grooming, this did not always translate into good working practice on the ground. Whilst the report ends at 2014, I think it is important to highlight some of the things we did post that. By the end of 2014, every secondary school in Oldham had shown the Somebody's Daughter, Somebody's Sister play. This was seen by over 3,000 school children, vastly increasing awareness of the dangers of CSE and grooming. Towards the end of 2014, the Oldham Child Safeguarding Board commissioned an external independent auditor to assess Oldham's performance in meeting the challenge of CSE. A paper was also taken to our scrutiny committee as a discussion item to discuss what had been done and what more could be done to tackle CSE in Oldham. In 2015, the Council was subject to a 4-week Ofsted inspection that concluded there are no widespread or serious failures that create or leave children being harmed or at risk of harm. It also highlighted good awareness raised in activities and that the Phoenix team have been recently strengthened. These are tangible things that are a matter of public record that can be looked back on as a record of how the Council responded to CSE. More recently, we have been subjected to focused inspections from Ofsted, the last time in December 21, where Ofsted stated, "Since the last visit, senior leaders have maintained a clear focus on keeping children safe and improving the quality of social work practice in Oldham. Children benefit from an effective range of support and services. Social work is often purposeful and makes a difference to vulnerable children's lives. Senior leaders are ambitious and know themselves well. They understand that further work is required to a more consistent approach to the quality of practice across the service." And I highlight this to finish on my final point, and that is the ongoing challenges facing children's social care, and we have to be honest about this. Today, we have more children open to social care than we ever have before. Roughly all of Oldham's children, all of Oldham's young people in this borough would fit roughly in the Etihad Stadium in Manchester. They would fill the whole of those stands. The number of children open to us as social care would fill the away end of that ground. That is 3,100 children and young people that are currently at risk of abuse or neglect. I say this because we have to be honest about the numbers we are dealing with. That is an average of 600 referrals into social care every month at the minute, and that is 20 new children being referred to us every single day. But this isn't just about Oldham. This is a situation facing social workers up and down this country. Our social workers do an unbelievable job, day and night, 7 days a week, working to protect and keep safe some very complex and vulnerable children. And for the vast majority of those children, they get the support and care that they need. Social care and protecting children is a continuous journey, and while the majority of children get the care that they need, one child let down is one child too many. We have to be better than we were last year, and last month, and last week, and we have to be better today than we were yesterday, and tomorrow we have to be slightly better than we were today, but that is a challenge that is never going to end. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I call on Councillor Sykes to speak. Councillor Sykes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The publication of this long-awaited report represents a hugely significant moment for Oldham Borough. for this council and for victims of child exploitation. On behalf of the Liberal Democrats, I must thank the authors of this report, Malcolm Newsome and Gary Ridgway, for their hard work. Their findings are serious as they are damaging. They make for heartbreaking reading. It's right that the council should apologise to all victims of exploitation unreservedly. I am outraged, angry and disgusted. Over many years, I have asked questions and scrutinised safeguarding matters. I was given repeated assurances, and the facts in this report are news to me. Why did we not know this was happening? So, my first question tonight is what is different today, and how would we know if this or something else was going on? What has changed, and how are things different now? My second question is how many current members of staff at Oldham Council were involved in the cases and situations that have been reviewed. My third question is what process is, I hope, being undertaken or hopefully completed to ensure that, given the stated levels of negligence, those members of staff are held appropriately accountable for their actions. My fourth question is how many current members of staff at GMP were involved in the cases and situations under review. My fifth question is what process is underway or completed to ensure that, given the stated levels of negligence, those members of GMP staff are held appropriately accountable for their actions or inactions. My sixth question is what is being done to hunt down the offenders and bring them to justice. I would urge anybody else to please come forward with historical cases so people can be brought to justice. Anybody impacted by the issues of this review, please you now use the independent advice lines that are provided. Madam Mayor, there is an onus on all councillors and all groups here to drive forward change on this issue, whether we are in opposition or administration. We have worked tirelessly to bring forward initiatives on a cross-party basis and will continue to do so. This report is horrific. We fully accept the findings of the report and will continue to do all we can to ensure that no child is failed in the future. There are some key questions we need answers to, some of which I have just outlined. Several other questions will hopefully have a chance to be heard by my colleagues later tonight. And we have a number more detailed, yet important questions we'll be asking in writing and hopefully get a more detailed public response. Effective, honest and open answers to all the points that have been raised tonight will help to deliver some assurance regarding safeguarding in Oldham is where it needs to be. I do hope that will be the case. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I call on Councillor Byrne to speak.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This historical review exposes all the horrors that the victims have been subject to. Those survivors, those who still suffer, especially those who suffer in silence, both male and female. We need justice for all victims and the full weight of the law on grooming gangs. No apologies made to these victims are enough, and the administrations of those times must all be ashamed that in naivety, inexperience and lack of empathy in some part that this ever happened. Historically, we appear to have named project after named project by GMP, supposedly including Oldham Social Services and council departments. This obviously was not always the case, and we see a catalogue of failures. 1.38 in the report states, the review, not report, we see no response from GMP to the head of Oldham licensing on a request for information. And 1.6, police did not notify Oldham of an offence. Page 43, says that there was poor casework from police and social care. 3.21, the steering group fell by the wayside. The prevention arm of Messenger had fizzled out. 3.4, in reference to the theatre project, Messenger says, each time there has been activity in these areas, the problem appears to go away. This led to the formation of the Chariton team. 3.8, there were 5 court cases and 6 convictions. There were only twice yearly meetings for some projects. The Council's Overview and Scrutiny Committee asked regularly for reports, but what did they do? They subsequently asked councillors to undergo training in relation to CSE. I could go on. The remit, I've only got 5 minutes. The remit of this review was too narrow, with failings from GMP and Oldham Council apparent. And I and colleagues have always believed that any review should have been independent of the Greater Manchester Authority. An independent source and wider remit could produce answers not in this review or not able to be voiced here. For instance, did the victims ever see the same social worker more than once? How did the police and Oldham social services work together? Not effectively, it would seem. Too horrific or too difficult to deal with? This council were never going to come up smelling of roses on this one, and more natural fertiliser is needed before the air is cleared. We are told by a respected expert, Maggie Oliver, that this is still happening, and we sensibly know that this is true. I quote 1.4 at the beginning of this review, "You beat it with honesty and acting responsibly." This is not the end, but the beginning. This Conservative group asked for a further, fuller, independent report or public inquiry free of the Greater Manchester Authority. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
I call on Councillor Hoban to speak.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Before I get into the crux of the matter tonight, there's a few thank yous that I'd like to raise for people that, if it hadn't have been for them, we wouldn't be in this place now. And although this place isn't where we want to be, these people have started it off and they've kept it in the public agenda, and they're keeping it in the public agenda, and they're keeping us posted. Them people are Debbie Barrett-Cole, who is with us tonight, Raja Mia, MBE, Maggie Oliver, and the girl referred to as Sophie in the report that is with us tonight. From this point forward, I will speak of Sophie as Sam, which she has asked me to do. And a further thank you to somebody who hasn't been very kind to myself or members of my party, my colleagues, but a journalist that most people are aware of, who have been told has been great support to Sam. So, regardless of differences, I commend him for what he's done to help a victim. Madam Mayor, my emotions on this subject are varied. I'm disappointed, upset and I'm angry. As a new councillor 3 years ago, I asked members of this council for an independent, fully independent investigation into CSE in this borough. That request was denied by members in this chamber. At the time, the leader of the council, Councillor Fielding, dismissed all CSE, dismissed the motion and declared barefaced lies. From this report we can see there's no barefaced lies. Councillor Shah, the latest council leader, admitted just last month that CSE has happened in this borough and that it continues to happen. And then we have Councillor Chatterton extending her apologies. Apologies won't wash. Lessons learned is a phrase I do not want to hear from this council. We're sick of it. Instead of an independent investigation, we was given this review, which me and my team have not liked from the start, and I know that there's members in this house, in this chamber, that have agreed with us. For me, this piece of work, really, having looked at it in the brief time that we've had it, should really begin in a nice covered folder saying, once upon a time. Unfortunately, it seems like the executive and the administration of Oldham Council now want to end it with a happy ever after and close the book. Forgetting everything that's gone past and saying everything is now rosy in the garden. It's a piece of fiction. It's a piece of fiction, Madam Mayor. And the sequel to it we've already been privy to, because the sequel to it, at the back of any good fiction, tells us that the next phase is going to be the Keystone Cops. A GMP in special measures are going to re-investigate what they failed to investigate before. I will justify my thoughts on the review. It was a narrow time frame that was given.
Request extension, Madam Mayor.
It was given a too narrow time frame. We learned from the review 11 most concerning cases were given over. 11 most concerning cases were given over, but we don't know from how big a pool that was. Every case should be a concern. But strangely, of the 11 most concerning cases, the review team interviewed one victim. One victim. How can you write a review and interviewing one victim? There's a list, there's an appendix list.
Councillor Holbin, your extension's now expired.
I need to carry on. I'm asking the council to carry on. I'm asking the public to help me carry on.
Councillor Holbin, the other leaders managed to get their point across in the time allocated. We've actually given you an extension. I'll ask you to sit down, please.
Madam Mayor, we've waited 2.5 years. We've waited 2.5 years and I would like to speak.
Councillor Holbin, I've asked you to sit down. You've got time later to ask questions.
I've not got questions, I've got statements.
Madam Mayor, can we suspend standing orders to allow Councillor Holbin to finish his comments, please?
I will just repeat. All the other leaders of different parties have managed to get their point across in the time allocated. Now, Councillor Holbin, please, you've got your time later. Please sit down. That's the second time I've asked you.
What Howard Sykes has asked for, is that allowed now? Can I have that now, Lewis?
Madam Mayor, if I
You've
could
got
be...
30 seconds to sum up. That's the last one. Last warning.
Okay, I'll go as fast as I can. The list of people not interviewed in this review is disgraceful. And the people that were interviewed that refused to sign it off shows how stupid and incomparable this review is with anything that this council needs. There is no accountability. There's nobody mentioned that we can attach to this failings that have gone on. I also understand that this council strongly resisted Sam being interviewed. They refused to admit about the member of staff from the Rochdale scandal. That, to me, is cover-up. There is also instances from one of the authors about caring more for covering up failings than the victims. And I'm going to finish this one. People in this chamber will not have spoken to a victim. I've spoken to a victim this week. A very, very brave young lady, still being punished by the authorities for being a victim. And when you can look at this report, and when you're asked about it, I asked Sam these questions and got these answers. So think of this. When I bring forward a motion for a full independent inquiry, members think of this, what Samantha said. It was not fit for purpose. It's not worth the paper it's wrote on. It goes nowhere near bringing justice for her or any of the victims. It is not worthy of this chamber, and we need more.
Thank you. We're now moving on to public questions. The Chief Executive will read out the public questions received and responses will be given.
Brian, can you just turn your mic off, please? Thank you very much. Okay, let me remind you what the leader said as well, by way of introduction, that I will only ask out those public questions where I've been given permission to do so. Any public questioner who wants to ask their own question can do so, and we've got a lectern and a microphone available. Some have indicated that they'd like to ask their own questions, and that will be accommodated. A number of questions. I've got 35 questions from the public. For members in the room, you can get your turn after the public, so you'll be able to ask your questions and have further conversation. But this section of the meeting is to prioritise the questions that have been submitted by the members of the public. A number of them do overlap, so they'll be grouped. We'll ask out each question individually, and there'll be a response to them, but each question will be covered individually, regardless of how much of the overlap. And the first question is from Sam to Chief Superintendent Bowen. Do you think that those responsible for the attacks on me should be prosecuted? The police know their names. Do you think the PSB officers who covered up what happened to me and the failings of the officers around the time I was attacked should be prosecuted? Do you think the GMP Chief Superintendent who wrote to Mr Keith Vaz MP should be prosecuted for saying that nothing was wrong with any actions of any GMP officers and all the investigations have been carried out well? Do you think that GMP should compensate me for personal injury and breach of my human rights? And lastly, do you think that GMP should share the costs of a good solicitor and barrister so that I can afford to pursue those claims? The response will be from Chief Superintendent Bowen.
We've not waited for the report to be published to pursue perpetrators, and 106 dedicated officers in our CSE unit reviewing any and all lines of inquiry as part of Operation Sherwood. We are clear on this. Anyone who committed these crimes and thinks they've gotten away with it, regardless of the passage of time, we will come for you. We are keen to ensure that any individual or organisational learning from this is captured and reflected in our policies and procedures going forward, as we do with any review into operations and professional standards. Should any potential misconduct be identified, this will be thoroughly investigated by our professional standards branch through the appropriate procedures. It's important that we listen to you and address your concerns as fully as possible, and I understand there is a meeting arranged between yourself and the Chief Constable next month, where it is our intention to better understand your views and how we may be able to help you further.
Madam Mayor, the next question is also from Sam, and this one is addressed to the council leader. Does Councillor Chatterton genuinely believe that there was no cover-up in my case? Does she believe that saying it all happened a long time ago and things are better now is what I want to hear? Does she think that the council should bear the costs of a legal team to represent me in a personal injury and human rights claim? Will she be referring those that failed me in the council to the police for criminal investigation? There is a dispute over assertions by social care staff that Sophie did not want to cooperate with the review. When pressed, they insisted an approach could be detrimental to her welfare. This is significantly at odds with the account Sophie provided to the inquiry. When given the opportunity, she was happy to cooperate with the review at length. Will any investigation be undertaken to establish if any members of Oldham Council staff acted dishonestly in their dealings with the inquiry as regards Sophie's evidence? Furthermore, will the inquiry investigate whether this was as a result of a desire to cover up the failures by individual staff members and Oldham Council as an organisation? Information regarding offender J was known to the multi-agency messenger team, particularly his wife's report in 2011 that he had admitted raping a 12-year-old. This followed his attempted murder of her in 2009. Was offender J resident in Oldham at the time of his conviction, and were there any children living at his address? If so, what attempts were made to safeguard them following these disclosures? If he has been released from prison, is he allowed any unsupervised contact with under 16s? To Councillor Chatterton.
Thank you. Initially, I want to repeat my apologies to Sam. It was clear she was let down, both by the council and by Greater Manchester Police. But I can also appreciate if she feels that it's too little too late, and I understand that. While the review is clear, there was no wider cover-up in terms of CSE, the complexity of it, or dealing with it. There were obviously significant failings in Sam's case when she was approached to us as an adult to seek answers about the abuse she faced, and failings in how we supported her. We did not respond appropriately and with the honesty and transparency that we should have and that was expected of us. I've asked for a review of Sam's contact with the council as an adult to make sure that this doesn't happen to anybody else and that we can learn from this, because this is not acceptable. I am not here to defend the indefensible. In terms of any legal action against the council, our advice would be to seek independent legal advice and support, but we would wish to help with that by putting her in touch with support organisations that can offer advice and support and how to go about that. On the issue of criminal investigations into council staff, the police are now reinvestigating a number of cases, including yours, and we will fully cooperate with those investigations. The police will determine through these investigations should there be any action taken against individuals. In terms of the contact between Sam and the council about the review and her involvement in that, I will shortly pass that on to Gerard Jones, who worked alongside the review team throughout, and he can give a more detailed answer. What I can say is that if Sam feels we could and should have done more, then we should acknowledge that and we should apologise, because we are not here to reinforce her trauma in regards to that. Before I do pass over to Gerard, I just want to answer the final point around one of the offenders referenced in the report. For legal reasons, we can't share specific details relating to this individual. However, please be assured that we will be supporting the police in their investigations into the crimes committed against you and seeking convictions for those who committed them. And then, Gerard, if you want to pick up on the specific point.
Thanks, Councillor Chatterton. First thing to say is just to give us assurance about the independence of the review. The review was conducted independently, as has already been said, and those who've read it by under the auspices of Greater Manchester Combined Authority. There were the council submitted over 3,000 documents, including emails, reports, any information that was asked for. We made a commitment at the beginning of the review that we would give full and frank disclosure. We brought all of the cases forward ourselves. They brought them, we suggested Sophie's case be brought forward, and we asked it to be included in the review. we contacted Sophie at the beginning of the review via her social worker, and later on I did make the decision not to reapproach her based upon those working closely with her. Advocates working with Sophie did approach the review team.
Ladies and gentlemen, please will you let him finish? Please let him finish, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Advocates working with Sophie did approach the review team at the point she was given a copy of her part of the review, and at that point she was happy to be involved in it. And just to reiterate something that Amanda said, of course we want to learn that. Of course we felt we let Sam down, and of course we're very, very sorry about it, and we're going to learn the lessons for the future. And we were happy to give written assurances, and as Councillor Chatterton has said, she's asked for a review of those arrangements, and that will be done in due course. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Madam Mayor, the next question has been submitted for the Leader of the Council by Deborah Barrett, who wants to ask her own question. So if Deborah Barrett can make her way to the wherever she is.
My question is to Amanda Chatterton and every council member and official. For 3 years, the council stated that child sexual exploitation was barefaced lies and that there was no grooming happening in Oldham. At the last full council meeting, the then leader, Arush Shah, not only apologised for the grooming of the children of Oldham, but also confirmed that it was still happening, after I'd asked a question that it was reported on Sky News and newspapers. Back on the 6th of November 2019, every council member from all parties, bar one, Brian Orbin, walked out of these chambers rather than allow one question, even calling the police, wasting police time. It's now been confirmed that not only has Greater Manchester Police and Oldham Council covered up the grooming of the children of Oldham, but it looks like you've committed misconduct in a public office. Can the council leader please tell every resident in Oldham who will be held accountable for this travesty happening in our town, and explain why anyone should believe anything you say anymore from this council? Calling the government, have a full public criminal investigation for the children of our town.
Can I thank Debbie Barrett for her question? Firstly, I'm not here to speak for previous leaders. I've been leader of this council for 2 months, and the words that you used the words that you used and were quoted were not my words, and I'm not here to justify or defend other things that people have said, and that's not for me to do. We've never shied away from the fact that these extremely evil men are out there who commit these horrendous crimes, and as I stated in my statement, keeping children safe is a daily challenge here and elsewhere in the country. The report makes it clear that we were aware of the issue, we were working to tackle it, and we were working to promote the risks of CSE to the public. The report doesn't allege any misconduct in public office by council staff. However, we will of course work with Greater Manchester Police, who are re-looking at these crimes again. So should any misconduct be uncovered during that process, we will of course take action against anybody found to commit misconduct. Now, obviously you raised about why should you believe the council at anything we say. The two people that carried out this report were independent experts. Malcolm Newson and Gary Ridgway are often employed by this government to intervene in councils, such as they were in Rotherham, where they were appointed to take over that council. They are often appointed by the Office. So while there were failings, and we completely upset that, and I completely upset the findings of the report, there was no cover-up. And you also asked if I'll call in a government. We've already had an independent review. If we called in the government, all they will ask is Malcolm Newson to come back. It took 2.5 years of painstaking work by the same independent experts that the government have sent in elsewhere. We asked for an independent review by national experts, and we've got one. The Home Office and other agencies, and Andy Burnham will confirm this in a moment, but the Home Office and other agencies are aware of this review, and as I understand it, the Home Secretary and the Home Office have been made aware of this, and a copy of this was sent to it. Also, I do know that on Thursday evening, this review is due to be debated in Parliament. We are not hiding that this review has happened. We're not hiding it from the government or from any MPs. And if the government want to do anything, then that is up to them. But we will not be calling for another review into the council. So, Andy, can you just confirm up the Home Secretary?
Thank you, Amanda. Good evening, everybody. So I can confirm that I've kept the government and the Home Office informed at every stage of this review. And also, I can confirm that this review was submitted to the Home Secretary prior to publication. I have been in contact with the Home Secretary since we initiated this review back in 2017, and we've worked closely with the Home Office and provided everything that they have wanted to see. If I could say something about how this review came about in the first place, which may give some reassurance as to why it was commissioned. Back in 2017, early May, the BBC broadcast the Betrayed Girls programme, and it was shortly after the mayoral election at that time. Within a few days of taking office, I commissioned an overarching review into child exploitation in Greater Manchester, following an interview that I heard with Maggie Oliver on the BBC, where she said, just briefly, because there's been comments made about the independence, where Maggie Oliver said that she had been part of an investigation that had been closed down overnight. I was not prepared to leave an allegation hanging that the wrong motives were driving decision-making on this most important of issues. And I would refer the Council to the comments that Maggie Oliver has made since the publication of this review, when she states she has confidence in the individuals who have carried out this review. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Can I just come in? Ladies and gentlemen, can I just ask you, please, now listen, serious questions are being asked and you're getting the answers that you submitted. People can't hear what's being said. Can I just ask you to stop shouting?
Madam Mayor, the next group of questions, and there's 1, 2, 3, 5 of them, the next group of questions are in relation to Sophie. If any of these people would like to ask their own question, please make themselves known to me. The questions I'm going to be asking next are from Stephen Pilkington, Caroline Watt, David Mowbray, Tony Martin and Kay Smith. I understand that they all are happy for me to read out their questions. So beginning with Steve Pilkington's question, they are questions to the Leader of the Council and the Director of Children's Services. Question from Stephen Pilkington. In several media appearances, victims champion Maggie Oliver has alleged that Oldham Council lied to the team conducting the CSE review by saying that the victim known to as Sophie did not wish to be interviewed by the review team. I note that this is not a finding of the review, and the report does not make any reference to the review team feeling that they were misled by Oldham Council during their work. Is there any evidence to support Maggie Oliver's allegation? If so, what will be the consequences for those found to have lied? If not, will Oldham Council be requesting that Maggie Oliver publicly correct the record? The next question is from Caroline Watt. Can you explain the difference to what changed Sophie's mind? It clearly states Sophie wasn't ready and was suicidal by her social worker. Then why did Maggie Oliver push for her to be in the review? What changed? The council repeatedly claimed they had informed Sophie of the review, but Sophie said she didn't hear anything back. Did the council send Sophie the information because Sophie said she never received it? What is the truth? A quick reminder, all the questions that are of a similar we're going to ask together individually, and then there'll be a response. So the next question from David Mulberry. Can I get a full explanation why Oldham Council told the people who were conducting the investigation that Sophie did not want to talk to them, as this clearly was not the case, as has been explained since the report came out by Sophie herself and also by Maggie Oliver, who has been helping Sophie for 3 years. I believe this was the cause of the delay in the report being published. Tony Martin's question. Chapter 8 of Part 2 of the review refers to the case of Sophie. In 8.4, 8.5 and 8.6, the reviewers claim to have been advised by Oldham Council not to interview Sophie due to serious concerns for Sophie's welfare and that Sophie was unwilling to be interviewed. The review was promised to be published on 24th of January 2022. However, immediately prior to this date, it was stated that there would be a further delay to enable new information to be processed and further witnesses to be interviewed. Maggie Oliver, in an interview on Talk TV, vociferously claimed that there was a clear attempt to cover up Sophie's story. Sophie approached her early in 2022, stating that she had still not been approached for interview. Ms. Oliver then went on to the review team and was told of the council's advices to them regarding Sophie. Ms. Oliver is insistent that it was only due to her intervention that Sophie was eventually interviewed. Ms. Oliver's intervention clearly led to the aforementioned deferment of the review's publication. The review reported this as she, bracket Sophie, made representations in January 22 that she had not been approached for interview by the review team. No mention of Ms. Oliver. I ask, who were the council officials who advised the review team not to interview Sophie? Has disciplinary action been taken against them? And the last question in this section is from Kay Smith. Maggie Oliver has confirmed that Oldham Council has been involved in lying to Malcolm Newsome and Gary Ridgway in attempting to prevent Sophie from testifying. I doubt Amanda Chatterton or any of her team is going to stand up and claim Maggie Oliver is a liar and that Oldham Council did not make attempts to prevent Sophie from testifying. Will Amanda Chatterton now unreservedly apologise to the entire town, following officers of Oldham Council falsely claimed that Sophie did not want to testify and would likely commit suicide if the review team contacted her directly? An examination of Oldham Council paper trail clearly shows that the council established a team to communicate information to the review team. It was clearly this team that lied. Is Amanda Chatterton prepared to name every council officer and elected member on this group, confirm they have been dismissed, or is she going to pretend what they did does not amount to gross misconduct? Finally, now that we know that Oldham Council has tampered with evidence and lied throughout the review, will Shahid Mushtaq, who has been the lead member for Children's Services, resign with immediate effect for the lies, deceit and cover-up instigated by those he is responsible for? I invite the Leader of the Council to respond and then the Director of Children's Services.
Thank you. Okay, can I answer this? Okay, so the report lays out the contact that the council had with Sophie throughout the review period, and I'll obviously ask Gerard to pick that up as he worked with the review team to provide more information on this. However, as I said previously, if Sophie feels that we should have done more to facilitate her involvement, then we have to acknowledge that and we have to apologise for that. Again, I've also asked that the issue be looked at when we review her contact with the council as an adult, and I'll refer back to what I said previously about if anybody was found to commit gross misconduct, then of course they will be dealt with and that will be looked at as part of the review. Elsewhere in this, before I hand over to Gerard, there's a reference in relation to Councillor Mushtaq having held the Children's Social Care portfolio. I can confirm that Councillor Mushtaq has never held this portfolio. Hand over to Gerard.
Thanks, thanks, Amanda. Just to, without repeating what I've said already, but I will say some of that, is that we did ask for Sophie's case to be included. We're really pleased, actually, that eventually she was able to participate in the review. We brought forward all the relevant information in relation to that. We have two duties in relation to Samantha. One is a duty of confidentiality, and the second is a duty of care. So it was those two duties that informed our decision making in relation to that. And that decision was based on the advice of the professionals working with her directly who knew her. However, I have noted the comments of Maggie Oliver, and I've written to Maggie Oliver to reassure her about the decisions that were made. And then finally, I would like to say, in terms of the group that was working with the review team, no elected members were on that group. And that I and the Executive Director of Reform and latterly the Assistant Chief Executive are the members of that group representing the Council. A number of other staff members have supported or advised the review throughout the time period. Many from Children's Social Care, but also staff from other service areas. So again, I want to reiterate that we are sorry about what happened to Sam. We are pleased that she was able to make a contribution, and we will learn and improve things further. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, the next group of questions, Okay. We have, Madam Mayor, we've got 3 public questions in relation to licensing. Okay, there's members of the public submitted questions. We're going to go on to their questions. We've got questions from Miss Harrison, Alison Campbell, and Maggie Hurley. Those 3 questions are in relation to licensing. If any of them would like to ask their own question, they're entitled to do so. Otherwise, I will ask them. And these questions are posted to the Leader of the Council, Councillor Chatterton. So first question from Miss Harrison. Following the release of the CSE report and Councillor Amanda Chatterton's statement regarding taxi drivers' licences being checked twice a year, I would like to know the following. Uber taxi drivers can obtain a licence via, say, another council, Bury or Rochdale, for example, and work here in Oldham freely. Do the surrounding boroughs follow the same due diligence regarding their licensing as Oldham does? How can we, as a borough, be confident that Uber taxi drivers do not pose a risk to the children of this borough? The next question is from Alison Campbell. I have noticed recently a lot of private hire drivers operating in Oldham have licences issued in Wolverhampton and Sefton. I could not understand why this was until the publishing of the inquiry report, when the issue of licensing for taxis was raised. My question is this to get around the recently introduced 6-monthly CRB checks that they may not pass, and when and what is being done by Oldham Council to ensure that only private hire and taxi drivers who have passed a recent CRB check are operating in Oldham? As a parent of a 19-year-old who regularly uses taxis, I want to ensure she is safe. And the third question on this section is from Maggie Hurley. Oh, okay. Sorry, thank you. Yeah, indeed. Maggie Hurley, ask her own.
The Assurance Review confirmed that Oldham Council's licensing committee... Sorry. The Assurance Review confirmed that Oldham Council's licensing committee on multiple occasions issued taxi licences to known sex offenders, including those that had abused our children. Will Amanda Chatterton, the leader of Oldham Council, please confirm that the findings presented regarding failings in her council's licensing committee are accurate? Can she further confirm the dates of each of these meetings where these licences were awarded? Confirm the names of the councillors at each of these meetings where Oldham councillors decided to award licences to known child sex offenders. The council has this information. There is no wriggle room here. Amanda Chatterton has access to the names of each and every one of these councillors. We, the people of Oldham, also have a right to those names. Who are those councillors that through their actions protected paedophiles? Name them. And those councillors that served on those licensing committees that are still sat here today. Do you have the courage to stand up now and resign with immediate effect? Yeah. Or are you going to continue to lie and hide behind everyone else, like the paedophile-enabled protectors you are? At what point will any of you take responsibility for your actions?
Can I thank those three people for those questions? Here in Oldham, we have tight restrictions on who can get a licence to drive taxis. In fact, we have some of the most stringent conditions in Greater Manchester, being one of only 3 Greater Manchester authorities that request a DBS every 6 months. Nobody who has been convicted of a sexual offence is granted a taxi licence. Checks are also now conducted at taxi ranks and in offices to ensure we're keeping people safe to the best of our abilities. In 2014, a licensing review of taxi drivers took place, and this was repeated in 2017 and again in 2021. I have also asked for another one this year to take place to satisfy myself as a new leader. This was intended to make sure our licensing arrangements were in keeping with new national guidelines. Members of those panels acted on the advice of professionals and on the information they had at the time in making their decisions to move licences or not, as is referenced in the report. They work within national and local guidelines in making these decisions, and while the review makes clear we should have revoked licences in a small number of cases, there's no implication that the decision was taken in bad faith. Rather, the advice and information available should have been better. Dates of licensing meetings and the members of the licensing panel at that point are a matter of public record and are available on our website. Nationally, government guidance means that criminality checks are undertaken on taxi drivers every 6 months, and this applies to every licensing authority in England and Wales. However, we know some drivers choose to get licences from other local authority areas like Wolverhampton or Rosendale. If, for instance, the fee charge is lower, some policies such as vehicle age are more relaxed than here in Oldham. This can apply to taxis working from any company, including those working through Uber. It's, in my opinion, a weakness in the system and should be addressed by the government by establishing a nationwide licensing conditions. And I do know that our lead for licensing in Oldham has written to the government with regard to this. In Greater Manchester, we are already working to have a single set of conditions in the situation. We're doing what we can locally by working with all operators in the borough currently using drivers and vehicles licensed elsewhere to encourage them to apply for a licence. And if okay, I think it'd be useful to hand over to Andy to ask him what his approach is and minimum licensing standards at a Greater Manchester level.
Thanks very much, Amanda. Greater Manchester has had a long-standing concern that the licensing regime of our local authorities can be undermined by the ability of taxis licensed anywhere to work anywhere, and that became a reality when a deregulation bill, I think by the coalition government, gave any taxi licensed anywhere to work in our city region. The guidance is what is in place nationally, and as Amanda says, it's only guidance, it's not a requirement. So in response to that, Greater Manchester, the 10 authorities, has decided to bring in a system of minimum licensing standards across our 10 authorities, which include a range of provisions, one being that there is a 6-monthly criminal record check, and Oldham are one of the first councils to implement it, but all 10 will implement that provision. We want to get to a point where only taxis licensed here are able to work here so that we can control the standards applied as a city region.
Madam Mayor, the next couple of questions are in relation to Shabir Ahmed, Jackie Schofield and Charlotte Every-Rose. If either of those individuals are here and would like to ask their own questions, please let us know. Otherwise, I'm happy to ask the questions on their behalf. So, the first question, Madam Mayor, is from Jackie Schofield. My question is in relation to offender A, Shabir Ahmed in brackets. A young woman came forward in 2012 claiming she had been abused by offender A when he was employed as a welfare rights officer by the council. I would like to know why the Children's Social Care Service closed the case within a few days without undertaking any assessment, which might have resulted in a proper investigation into offender A's employment conduct. Also, why weren't any assessments taken when earlier opportunities were presented, as well with regard to the council being informed of serious allegations against offender A? If allowed another question, I would like also to ask if there will be an investigation into the social care of Sophie, in particular with regard to their lax attitude when it concerned Sophie's involvement with older men. The next question is from Charlotte Every-Rose, and again to the Leader of the Council. Despite attempts to deceive the people of Oldham, it has now been forced out that Shabir Ahmed was employed by Oldham Council for 18 years. It has now also been confirmed that, as well as having access to vulnerable children and families, the ringleader of the Rochdale grooming gang was also protected from investigation whilst employed by the council. Is Amanda Chatterton, the leader of Oldham Council, prepared to name the Labour Party colleagues sat beside her that knew Shabir Ahmed and therefore would have known he worked for Oldham Council? Name who was the borough solicitor, the council chief executive and leader of the council at the time a complaint of abuse against Shabir Ahmed was inexplicably shut down by the council. The people of Oldham have a right to know who exactly was responsible. Reassure us all that the council, either directly via the Mayor's office or any other OMBC-linked entity, did not provide Shabir Ahmed with any form of reference or support of any kind once he had been charged. It is time for this Labour Party to run council, to be honest with us all. Shabir Ahmed was one of yours and you protected him. We are reading...
Okay, can I answer the question?
Ladies and gentlemen, Charlotte and Jackie are submitted 2 questions. Please let them hear the answer.
Okay, can I answer the questions, please? I'm just going to ask it. Okay, can I thank Jackie and Charlotte for their questions? The clear failings in relation to offender A and how we shared information between agencies and our investigated later allegations are absolutely indefensible. I will ask Gerard Jones to answer these questions fully. However, there's also a certain amount of misinformation on this issue. There was no information that the council knew that offender A had committed any crimes at the point he was employed by Oldham Council. In fact, we were not informed of any allegations until 2 years after he had left the council. He was not protected from investigation by the council, either by officers or politicians, as it is alleged. And to be clear, this is an issue that spans political control of the council. One of the questions asked me to name those who knew Shabir Ahmed, and the answer is that I don't have a list of those that knew him. Shabir Ahmed left this council 6 years before I became a councillor. Shabir Ahmed was arrested in 2008, 4 years before I became a councillor, and he was convicted prior to me becoming a councillor. I do not know of those people that knew, and I don't have that list. I don't know of any referenced issues on his behalf, and we have got no record of one within the council. In turn, naming officers in charge at the time, that's also a matter of public record and available online. As to whether we could have prevented further offending for this individual, the reality is we will never know. We were not informed of the allegations against him, and he was not arrested until after he had stopped working for the council. But this report puts in stark terms the human impact that not getting things right can have. One of the questions also asked again about Sophie. Like in many other places at the time, we did not properly understand the issue of child sexual exploitation and didn't know the best ways to protect or support vulnerable young people. We also let Sophie down as an adult when she came to us looking for answers about the abuse she had faced and the care she had received. We should have been more willing to learn how to accept our failings, and I'm truly sorry for the additional pain this will have caused. Things have changed a great deal since Sophie was a child, but I'm going through the report line by line to see if there's any more learning and any more improvements we can make, and no child should ever be let down as she was. Thank you.
Okay, if you'd like to listen, these are questions from members of the public who might be in the room. The next question, we're now into individual questions. Okay, can we carry on, please? The next question. Okay, everybody, can we move on? The next question. We've got. Okay, we've got 20 more questions from members of the public. 20 more questions that we want to get through.
Right, you're going to have to start reading.
Okay. Okay, folks. The next question is from Helen Bishop. Can I please have your attention? I'll let Helen Bishop, is she in the room? Okay. Madam Mayor, the next question from Helen Bishop. How are we going to instigate change in an environment where so little value is placed in both seeking and actively listening to the experiences of young people? Where behaviours are viewed through the lens of being problematic rather than symptomatic, and their opportunities to disclose their experiences have been drastically reduced. Where there is a culture of denial and of closing them down when they raise concerns about the behaviour of adults in authority and a belief that they will not be taken seriously. Having listened to the experiences of young people in this borough for nearly 25 years, as a youth worker, this is a commonly repeated problem. How will you go about creating an environment where this sort of response is stamped out in those entrusted to safeguard our young people? And this is going to be responded to by the leader and the police.
The review clearly highlighted the issues you raised, such as the young people not being properly listened to when they sought help from us in the past, and I'm deeply sorry to those young people that we failed. Since becoming leader, I've set out that our children and young people are my absolute top priority. I will work tirelessly to ensure that every young person in Oldham, regardless of where they live or the background they come from, have the opportunities and the support to succeed in life. This means listening to our young people, providing the services they need and ensuring that the right support is there. We're already making improvements. We're also increasingly working with our young people to build their voice into our future plans for the borough. For example, in the past few weeks, we've been speaking to groups of young people to get their views on what Oldham should look like in the future and to build this into the new Oldham plan for the borough. I'm determined that we listen to the next generation and ensure that collectively we build the Oldham that they want to live, work and be educated in now and in the future. And I'll hand over to Chris Bowen for a GMP response.
In GMP, all of our officers are now trained to better understand and recognise when a child's behaviour could be the product of abuse. We have specialist officers who are trained to take appropriate action to protect vulnerable children at risk.
Madam Mayor, the next set of questions have been submitted from Neil Wilby. These questions are addressed to Councillor Chatterton and the Chief Superintendent Bowen. Has the council leader or any of the executive management team challenged the quality and content of the CSE assurance review? Do they agree with me that it can be most charitably described as a suboptimal and does not, as the review team claim, go even close to where the evidence should have taken them? Does the council leader and executive management team consider the taxpayers of Oldham and the wider Greater Manchester region have been given value for money for a review estimated to have cost between £750,000 and £1 million? And if the answer is no, will the leader be encouraging the mayor to claw back at least part of the sums paid over to the review team and invite Mr Burnham to withdraw any further contracts with them? Has the council leader or monitoring officer referred to the police any elected council member or paid council officer over any suspected criminal offences disclosed by the review? If the answer is yes, how many? See yourself.
Thank you. We've not challenged the quality of the CSE assurance review. The review was carried out by two independent experts who are recognised as being the best in their field. Mr Newsom and Mr Ridgway spent more than 2.5 years speaking to witnesses, gathering evidence and analysing thousands of pieces of information to come to their conclusions. Conclusions that we believe are sound, robust and based on evidence. In terms of value for money, when we as a council asked for this review, it was to provide assurance to the people of Oldham about how we and other authorities tackled CSE in the past and provide us with the information we need now to ensure our work is as good as possibly can be. And we wanted this review to be wholly independent and carried out by the best people in the country. Any allegations that come to light during the review process were shared with the review team as a matter of course. I'll just ask Andy if he'd like to add anything in regards to that.
Thank you, Amanda. So, as I said, this overarching review was commissioned in 2017, initially focused on Manchester and Rochdale, and in 2019, when a request was received from this council to commission a review into Oldham, in 2019, when a request was received from this council to expand the review, I agreed to that request and Oldham was added as our Part 2 report. So far, the cost of the review, and I'm talking about all three stages of the review, is for around £460,000. So it is not the figure that was quoted in the question, and that covers the Manchester review that was completed, the Rochdale review that is ongoing, and this review. In terms of value for money, for the Greater Manchester public, can I point to the fact that in Manchester, following the publication of the report into Operation Augusta, there have been 23 arrests. In Oldham, we have seen Greater Manchester Police launch Operation Sherwood, I should say, and then in Rochdale, Operation Lytton, there have been 8 people charged and will face trial next year. I believe taking criminals off our streets following this independent review that we commissioned is good value for money for the taxpayers of Greater Manchester, and I defend what's been done to date.
And just for clarity with the question, JMP fully accepts and supports the findings of the review and is actively working through any implications for us as detailed in today's meeting.
Madam Mayor, the next question is from Mr. John Lawrence. If he's available, he's invited to ask his own question, or I'll do it for him. Okay. Madam Mayor, the question is, will we see criminal convictions brought against those in the council who let all this happen? And if it involves the police, will we see convictions there as well? If not, why? Also, I would like everybody involved in abusing our kids named publicly by you. And that's a question to the Leader of the Council, Councillor Chatterton.
Thank you. There are no findings in the report that currently support any misconduct allegations against staff. With regards to the rest of the question, I'll refer it on to Chris Bowen, as the rules around naming alleged perpetrators and those convicted are the matter for the police and for the courts.
We are clear that anybody who has committed offences will be investigated regardless of the passage of time, and should any potential misconduct be identified, this will be thoroughly investigated by our Professional Standards branch through the appropriate procedures.
Madam Mayor, the next question has been submitted from Deborah Hodgin. If Deborah's in the room and would like to ask, or I'll ask it for her. Deborah Hodgin, how many people have already been prosecuted for these crimes? The young girls named the people responsible. Have they all been arrested and charged? If not, why not? A response from the police.
Following the publication of the report, GMP has launched Operation Sherwood, the operation named for supporting CSE victims in Oldham, taking the dedicated CSE unit up to 106 officers pursuing offenders and seeking justice for those who should have had this support all those years ago. That investigation continues.
Madam Mayor, the next question has been anonymised to protect a potential victim. Madam Mayor, the next question has been anonymised to protect a potential victim. I would like to ask, if I had come forward in 1981 and told my social worker I was taken off the streets of Oldham Town Centre by 3 Asian men, and there was a man who worked in the Civic Centre in social services who was preying on young teenage girls in care, would things have been different? Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And I'm really sorry to hear the story that the woman has sent in. I obviously can't answer things about how things would have been handled at the time, but I can absolutely promise that things are completely different to now, how social care was viewed in 1981. The way we work now is completely different to the 1980s and the 1990s, the time this review relates to, and even to last year. That's because we're always learning and looking for ways to improve further, based on best practice from around the country, from reviews from other local authorities, which are known as peer reviews, where other councils come in to see how we are doing, and from formal inspections, such as formal bodies such as Ofsted. We understand more about child abuse, about child exploitation, about how to deal with it, but while we have made changes, we can't be complacent. We can and will improve further, and whatever we need to do. And the woman that sent this in has been anonymised, but if she'd like to come forward with her story, then I would urge her to, either to the council or the police. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, the next question has been submitted by Helen Bishop, and again, people are entitled to ask more than one question, but they are listed in the order that they were received. So the next question, Helen Bishop, can the council agree to ensure that all staff working with children and young people receive appropriate training, specifically in understanding how to identify and respond to concerns that a colleague may be either abusing their professional position or neglecting their safeguarding responsibilities? That's for the Leader and for...
Can I thank Helen Bishop for a question? However, I'm going to refer this over to Gerard, as he can give a more fuller answer than I.
Thank you, Leader. I'm happy to confirm that all staff working with children and young people undertake child protection training on a regular basis. and also they receive professional supervision from their manager. The Council also has a whistleblowing policy through which any member of staff can escalate concerns regarding professional misconduct or safeguarding responsibilities. Furthermore, staff working directly with children and young people are subject to an enhanced police check to ensure they do not pose a risk to children. These checks and balances are vital to our safeguarding procedures, so please be assured that they are strictly followed. Thank you.
We'll discuss that and we'll carry on and come back to it if appropriate, yeah?
Oh, you're the...
Shh.
Hello. In 1981, I was taken into care of Oldham Council, the local authority. When I went into the girls' home, I was warned about the man that worked in Civic Centre. I was horrified. I was also taken off the streets of Oldham Town Centre. I was 16 years old. I was so disgusted with myself. I was taken out of the area. I was taken along the M62 to other towns, other northern towns, because that's what happens. The only way I could get back the next day, if I promised them, and I had to promise, that I would meet them the next day so they could do the same to me again. I promised. I just wanted to get back to Oldham. And then the next day, I didn't leave the girls' home, but I could see them driving up and down the street looking for me. It was absolutely horrendous. Now, in 1989, I turned to social services again to help me with my sons. He was 4 years old, and one day when he came home to me, you gave me back a sexually abused child. Now, there was police charges brought against the foster home people that I'm not going to name names because it's not right. Now, that was in 1981 and 89. We're now in 2022. I think it's about time you held your heads in shame, realise what's been going on for 50 years. Thank you.
Okay. Can we just sit down, please? Where's the lady gone? Is she still here? Where's she gone?
Every single member over there that stayed sat down, you should be ashamed of yourself.
Councillor Holbin, can you sit down, please, and calm down?
I will not sit down if it's told to shut up.
Ryan, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, to those of you that are listening, thank you. To the ones that are shouting, please let the lady who is brave enough to come here and tell a story, please let her have a response. It's the very least that she deserves.
Okay, I don't think she's in here anymore, is she? I think she's left with an officer. Obviously, what happened to that woman is absolutely abominable. And, you know, I commend her bravery for coming here tonight to speak to us about that. Obviously, deeply traumatic events, and it's absolutely horrifying that what that woman went through. Now, I don't know that I think she's left, hasn't she? But we'll pick that up separately, both with social care and with the police as well. Gerard, did you want to say anything?
Yeah, it's a very moving and sad story we've just heard. Can I just advise you that Chris, my colleague Chris Bowen and myself will follow up with that person to see if we can provide support, and also whether there is a possibility of bringing offenders to justice who have committed crimes against her. That's who we need to put first. And I commend her honesty in speaking about this. Other victims too will be coming forward, and we will support them too.
Okay. Madam Mayor, the next question is towards the police. Madam Mayor, the next question is from Neil Wilby. Does Chief Superintendent Bowen consider that the remedy proposed by his Chief Constable, an apology in respect of the grotesque failings visited upon Sophie, is remotely adequate or acceptable, either to that survivor of child abuse, of child sexual abuse, or the wider public of both the borough and region? Will the Chief Superintendent agree with me that the only two appropriate ways of dealing with the manifest failings of his fellow officers, past and present, is for firstly an outside police force to robustly investigate, without fear or favour, all those responsible for Sophie's horrific ordeal and prosecute those responsible, if and where the evidence supports such action, and secondly, for the Chief Constable, the Mayor and Oldham Council leader to allocate the necessary funding for Sophie to instruct a specialist lawyer to pursue her human rights and personal injury claim against the force and the council.
If the council don't pay for it, we're getting a GoFundMe.
And that,
she will have the support and take you lot to town.
and that's a question to the police. Chris?
Tackling and preventing child sexual exploitation in Greater Manchester and the support available to victims is thankfully now worlds apart from where we were in the early 2000s. We have already learned from the past, and our policies and practices are entirely different. All of our officers are trained to understand and recognise when a child's behaviour could be the product of abuse, and we have specialist officers who are trained to take appropriate action to protect vulnerable children at risk. We've also invested over £2.3 million in the Child Sexual Exploitation Unit in GMP, with officers who are dedicated to pursuing perpetrators and seeking justice for the victims of CSE regardless of the passage of time. This team has been behind a number of operations dedicated to investigating non-recent CSE crimes which are not originally thoroughly investigated. This has meant reaching out to victims who may not have received a good service from us originally and following up lines of inquiries to establish any further leads and potential perpetrators. I'm pleased to say that the team has so far seen results in a number of major investigations in Rochdale, with charges being brought and preparing for a trial of Operation Lytton, a live investigation whereby 8 defendants were charged in March 2022 and 82 offences, in which a trial is set for May 2023. Operation Green Jacket, which some of you will be aware of following the last CSE assurance report, is ongoing and has resulted in 21 arrests so far. So my message to any offenders of these heinous crimes is we're not letting this go. We will reinvestigate and we will track you down. In addition to this, a further uplift of the team is being agreed to specifically focus on Operation Sherwood, the operation names for supporting any CSE victims in Oldham, taking the team up to 106 officers, pursuing offenders and seeking justice for those who should have had the support all those years ago. I would urge anyone who has not come forward to do so. You will be listened to. You will be provided with specialist support. Whilst this will not compensate you for the horrific experiences victims have endured, it is our hope that our dedication to leaving no stone unturned and the clear, incomparable multi-agency response to safeguarding and tackling CSE will provide some comfort to those who have been let down in the past and encourage anyone who has been a victim to come forward today.
Madam Mayor, there's another question from Helen Bishop to the Leader of the Council. How are the Council going to tackle the unhelpful culture of sending and reinforcing the toxic message to young people that what young women wear directly impacts upon the standard of behaviour that they can expect from others towards them, as is still evident in our education system? Will the Council commit to challenging educational environments in the borough where young women are subjected to constant and overbearing scrutiny of their clothing, over and above that of young men? To the Leader of the Council.
Thank you. The point you raised about women being judged on their appearance and clothing is not specific to Oldham or indeed the UK, but it is something young women are subject to across the world. That has been the case, sadly, for as long as I can remember. We already work with schools across the borough to promote safety for young women and young men, and we'll make sure that we look specifically at this issue to ensure it's built into these conversations happening already in schools. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, the next question is another question submitted by Neil Wilby. He submitted a number, some of which will be directed to Malcolm Newsom. The question for the Leader of the Council is, on Friday the 17th of June 2020, the Leader of the Council, by way of a post on her Council Facebook page, breached an embargo concerning the release date of the CSE review report. On Sunday the 19th of June, I reported the existence of that Facebook post in an article on the Neil Wilby Media website. A serious breach and a matter of considerable public interest, and in doing so, deliberately breached restrictions placed on journalists relating to the same embargo. The result was that my invitation to the press conference was withdrawn, but Councillor Chatterton was allowed to attend. As the final arbiter as to who should attend that press conference or not, does Mr Newsom consider that those decisions taken were fair and reasonable to all parties? And given this is a reference to the Leader, we'll invite the Leaders to respond.
So this is more for a point of clarity, to be honest, around the reference to me breaching embargo and the details of the report launch. And I wanted to address it to say that I was not under any embargo. I'm Leader of the Council, and when I was told the launch was imminent, I took the decision to share this information with the people of Oldham and to call for this meeting in order to discuss the findings. I was not then privy to any discussions or decisions about the press conference and who would be in attendance, as this was a combined authority event.
Apologies, folks. Apologies, I'll read it again. The next few questions are from Helen Bishop. I don't know if she's in the room. How are we going to go about achieving better targeted social education, training and information to young people in the borough to help safeguard them against adults who seek to exploit their vulnerability and lack of life experience? Question to the Leader.
Thank you. We have made significant progress in terms of helping our young people better understand the dangers of CSE, let them know how to spot the signs and empowering them to report it as well. For example, we have trained professional deliverers, focused training in our school. However, I'll hand over to Gerard if he's got any more specific information on this question.
Thank you, Amanda. Just to give some examples, I suppose, of the work we do, substantially different than than happened in the past. We have much more engagement. We just recently had a complex safeguarding meeting with with colleges, with schools, and with other professionals in Oldham, where we've been talking to them and working with them. They're doing briefings around coercive and controlling behaviour. They are working with schools on healthy relationships. We are supporting schools to undertake harmful sexual behaviours audit and to raise the profile of sexual exploitation in the schools. Our college has been very active both in Oldham College and Oldham Sixth Form College, in safeguarding training for young people and for staff. We're doing level 3 trauma training for the safeguarding and welfare team, and that for Safer Streets, our performing arts students have been doing work out there to raise the profile of gender-based violence. So there are lots of really great examples of work being done with young people in our community to raise the profile and awareness of exploitation and to improve their safety from it. Thank you, Leader.
Madam Mayor, the next question. The next question to the Leader of Council and the Director of Children's Services is, with the Council commit to acknowledging, discussing and developing an effective strategy to tackle the exploitation of boys and young men in the borough, too many of whom are groomed from an early age to become involved in trafficking and dealing drugs, and whom are also exposed to violence, trauma and sexual assault. That's the Leader and Gerard.
Thank you. And we absolutely recognise the risk to boys as well as girls in regards to criminal exploitation and sexual exploitation. But I'll ask Gerard to give a more detailed response on this and what we do about it.
Thank you, Amanda. I mean, this is one of the reasons. It's a really important point about the all young people, not girls, boys, and young adults too, and adults with vulnerabilities are at risk of exploitation. We know so much more about that than we did before. One of the things we're really proud of is a project that we've launched around Failsworth called the GRIP Project, where we're putting a whole team of multi-agency team around that community because of concerns about young people's exploitation and youth violence in the area. So that's just one example of the work we're doing, but the exploitation of boys is an important area for us to focus on as part of a whole safeguarding system for all vulnerable people, adults, children and young people in Oldham. And we are determined to keep that good work going. Thank you.
Yeah, in Greater Manchester, we have a programme called Challenger, the largest ever multi-agency response to tackling organised crime and complex safeguarding in Greater Manchester's history. Challenger sees agencies pooling their resources and expertise to target every aspect of a criminal's life, aiming to systematically dismantle the gangs, making it difficult for them to operate. This involves GMP, local authorities, trading standards, immigration, the illegal money lending teams, social housing providers, Department for Work and Pensions, DVLA, HMRC and other partners, including non-government organisations. The aim is to identify every single organised crime group in Manchester and to use all means available with agencies across Manchester and the UK to dismantle these OCGs who specifically target vulnerable young people to deal their drugs and commit crime.
Madam Mayor, the next question is, how does the Council propose to go about ensuring the recruitment of more informed, highly skilled staff and also the provision of better training for everyone working with young people to ensure that they understand their role in proactively identifying and responding effectively to the signs of inappropriate, abusive and exploitive behaviour towards young people, and to implement early preventative measures to combat it, especially in residential childcare services, education and youth provision? And that's for the Leader and Gerard.
So this is an excellent question, but I'll pass on to Gerard as he deals with recruitment of social workers.
Thank you, Amanda. Well, ensuring we have well-trained, highly skilled social workers is a priority for this council, and we're doing everything in our power to ensure we recruit the best possible people. Ask yourself the question now, tonight, about whether you'd be attracted to work in Oldham as a social worker. We need your support. We need your commitment. We need everybody to take responsibility for safeguarding in the council and in the partnership. We test all of the applicants' abilities to undertake their roles. We want to encourage people to work in Oldham. We want to make Oldham a great place for young people to grow up and people to come and practice as social workers to protect them. after people start working for us, they go through a full and detailed induction, they get continuous training, and the product of that work is demonstrated in the good findings in our Ofsted report. And I recommend you read that independent review of the practice in Oldham by the government-appointed experts. Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, the next question has been submitted by Jackie Stanton. Is Jackie in here? Would she like to ask her question? Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just before I read my question, Madam Mayor, it would have been absolutely amazing tonight if the panel could have just answered a question instead of reading pre-prepared answers. But I'm sure the leader and Chief Exec will read their replies. So, will the leader of the council and the Chief Executive admit to the public of Oldham that neither they nor their cabinet or their directors are capable of dealing with the horrific findings published in the Child Sexual Exploitation Report? Will they refer themselves to the government for failing thousands of Oldham children? And will you seek and promise tonight that you will seek advice and guidance from the government?
Thank you, Jackie. So we have a dedicated team of social workers in Oldham. We haven't stood still in responding to the review, and work has been undertaken. I'm confident that we'll continue to improve, and this has been referenced by Ofsted over the past 2 years. Now, you speak of taking help and advice from the government, but we've already asked for the independent review, which brought in the country's very best experts in the fields. We've already asked for support from the very best, and we'll keep improving wherever we can. As Andy Burnham referenced before, this has been shared with the Home Secretary and the Home Office, and there is a debate in Parliament on Thursday. The review has taken 2.5 years and has found clear examples where we failed to protect people. The priority now has to be taken on learning from this, improving where we can, and on restoring confidence in our social services. That confidence is vital so that people report concerns to us in the knowledge that we will act. That confidence saves lives. I know that there are those that want, for their own reasons, for the uncertainty and the division around this to continue, but that is not in the best interest of the young people of this borough. They need to have trust in local services, and we need to rebuild that trust. Our focus must be on that. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, if I could just add to that response, please. The question was referred to the Leader and the Chief Executive, and I just want to give a short contribution. As Chief Executive here now 10 months, I am confident that, but very, very clear, we have a big improvement journey ahead of us, but I am very confident at the same time that we're making good and steady progress. More importantly, I am very confident that our response today to allegations of abuse will be met with a very, very robust response in partnership with the police. And so, you've asked the question, I'm confident we're on an improvement journey and we will continue to improve each and every year. Madam Mayor, the next question is from Trevor Baxter. Is Trevor Baxter here? Is Trevor Baxter here? I'll ask the question for him. In March 2020, I received a letter from Dr. Carolyn Wilkins answering concerns about OMBC's investigation into CSE. In a response, Dr. Wilkins stated, soon after allegations of malpractice around child sexual exploitation first surfaced on social media, an independent review into historic safeguarding practice was jointly commissioned by Oldham Council and Oldham Safeguarding Partnership. So my question is, if other people, social media users, etc., and presumably non-OMBC staff were aware of potential malpractice, malpractice issues surrounding CSE, allegations which have now been proven, why didn't this authority know? And if they did know, why did it take allegations on social media before anything was done, i.e. an investigation and an independent review, if there was no cover-up as suggested by the recent report?
Thank you. So the report makes clear that the Council and Greater Manchester Police were aware of CSE as an issue in Oldham and that we were working hard to tackle it and promote the risk to local people. The way we deal with child exploitation has changed significantly, as we learned from reviews from elsewhere, including Rotherham and Rochdale. This is not an issue that has been ignored in Oldham until now, and the report clearly states that. The review was called in response to growing concern among members of the public expressed online and elsewhere. It was called to offer reassurance on this issue to the public. It was by no means the first time anyone in the council had addressed the issue or discussed it, and that is referenced heavily within the report.
Madam Mayor, the next question is from John Reid. Is John Reid in the audience? Would he like to ask his own question? In which case I'll ask the question. On page 85 of the report, it details councillors meeting and quashing a journalist inquiry regarding CSE in Oldham. Which councillors met to discuss this, and what was their reasoning for taking such action?
Thank you. The review team and the report are absolutely clear on this issue, and the journalist inquiry was not quashed. The review finds no evidence that Journalist A nor the BBC colluded with the council in not highlighting the potential threat presented by shisha bars. It also finds that information given to the journalist by the council in relation to the threat posed by shisha bars was a proportionate description of what the agencies believed to be happening at the time. The report also puts right the allegation made online that a previous leader sought to court this issue of shisha bars. It makes clear that no conversation was ever held between that leader and the journalist, and there was only ever conversations held on that issue were between GMP and the council press offices and the journalist in question. It finds nothing to support the assertion that journalist A and leader A colluded to hide from the public the potential threat presented by shisha bars and child sexual exploitation. I hope that those repeating the allegations of a cover-up take time to read the review team's findings directly in the report. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, we've had another question submitted by a victim which has been anonymised to protect their identity. And the question is, will the girls affected and mentioned in the report be compensated?
Thank you to the woman that submitted the question. And obviously, as with Sam, I'd like to apologise for the failures of the council in keeping you safe as a child. Nobody should ever have to endure the abuse you suffered, and it's clear we should and could have done more to support you, and for that I am deeply sorry. In terms of compensation, we would advise you to seek independent legal advice to ensure you get the help and support that you're entitled to. We can help put you in touch with the advocacy services or support organisations who can help to do this, and we have gone back and offered this. Thank you.
Firstly, I again would like to apologise for the terrible experiences that you've had. We let you down, and for that we are truly sorry. Whilst I don't know the details of your case, I'm unable to comment on any litigation or compensation matters. I would encourage her to speak to an officer who contacted her so that we can see if there's anything we can do to further investigate her case. If there are any lines of inquiry, the Operation Sherwood team will pursue them and seek justice, and the justice she should have had all those years ago.
The next question is also anonymous, and I'll read it out. It's quite a lengthy question. Residents of Oldham welcome this report, enabling the testimonies of victims to be known. Acknowledging that they were fundamentally let down by the people meant to protect them is a big step towards them receiving acknowledgement that they are innocent victims and did nothing wrong. The report highlights there were fundamental systemic failings and the victims weren't treated in the manner they deserved. With that said, changes have been implemented over the years, and further changes are no doubt being made as a direct result of the report. The report clearly states there is no evidence whatsoever of any cover-up from within any institution involved. What powers do OMBC, the police and GMCA have to cease the publication online via broadcast and any other means of lies, propaganda and fabricated allegations that are further damaging our community, causing tensions and creating a fractious town to live, with sections of our community being targeted with hate crime. Can the Council give assurances that this group of people communicating and spreading lies, accusations and misinformation will face legal charges? The Malicious Communications Act states sending a message that is known to be false via a public electronic communications network, causing such a message to be sent, or persistently making use of a public electronic communications network constitutes a crime. Please can you give assurances that this route will now be thoroughly explored? I appreciate this is a lengthy worded comment. Okay.
Thank you. I don't wish to be drawn directly on any action to be taken by the Council or anyone else about false allegations made online and elsewhere. But it's clear that people have been using the issue of child sexual abuse to try and divide communities with allegations of Asian cartels controlling the Council's actions on this issue. Those allegations are completely unfounded, and they have been found to be in the report. It's clear they have found no evidence of any cover-up, either by politicians or by officers. What we need to make sure is that we protect the confidence and trust in our social services. Those services save lives. To do that, we need people to have the confidence to report their concerns. We won't rule any action that is needed to protect that trust and confidence. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, the next question has been submitted by Mike Dodd. Is Mike Dodd in the room who would like to ask the question? Otherwise, I'll ask the question for Mike. Mike Dodd, as there is now evidence of CSE in Oldham, should not the inquiry be extended to cover the similar years as in Rochdale and Rotherham?
I do apologise. The review team have completed their work in Oldham and have clearly found failings both by GMP and the Council in protecting and supporting young people at risk or experience CSE. The team have not recommended any further review work or areas of concern that they haven't addressed or covered. We've already learned from reviews elsewhere with similar findings, and social work practice has changed significantly. Our focus now on is rebuilding trust and confidence from the public in our social services. That is vital to protect some of our most vulnerable people in the borough. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, the next question is been submitted by Saeed Ahmed. Does Saeed wish to ask the question, or I'll ask it? The question is, with the report finding zero evidence of a cover-up, will the councillors take legal action against the people behind the defamatory statements made on social media and leaflets?
As I answered previously, we know that there are people spreading untrue information and seeking to cause division. And as I said earlier, our focus now as a council has to be on restoring confidence in our social services. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, the next question is from Peter Davis. Peter Davis in the room? Okay. Does Peter Davis want to ask his own question or me? Okay. The question is...
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor, everybody, for allowing me to ask this question. My question is, did any councillors, stroke council leaders, cover up any paedophilia activity at all? Did any councillors or council leaders try to cover up any paedophilia activity to secure votes? Can anybody please answer me that question?
Thank you. The independent review found there was no cover-up, either with the issue of CSE or the way it was dealt with. The report states no evidence, either through interviews or documentary review, to suggest that senior managers or councillors sought to cover up either the existence of child sexual exploitation in Oldham or the complexity involved in tackling the perpetrators. The report also does detail a number of things the council did to highlight awareness of this. The report concluded that the council was also consistently attempting to develop best practice in addressing the threat of child sexual exploitation. That said, we fully accept that there were failings and we did not do enough. We as a council are truly sorry to those who did not receive the report and care they needed and deserved. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, the next question is another question that's been anonymised. It's been submitted by a victim of CSE. Madam Mayor, the next question has been submitted by a victim of CSE. Where are the rest of the failures that have not been mentioned? What comes after an apology, as an apology is not good enough? What happens next? We get told we're sorry, then it all goes away. That's a question to the Leader of the Council.
Thank you. And again, I'd also like to apologise to you as a victim of this terrible abuse. We clearly failed in our efforts to support children and young people at the time, and I'm sorry that this included you. You shouldn't have had to endure what you did, and the council should have done better. But you were right that an apology is not enough. We must and will continue to learn from experiences like yours to make sure nobody else has to suffer what you did. I'd also urge you to seek the support from SARC and other organisations, and we'll send you the details of these to see how else you can be supported. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, the next question has been submitted by Anita Law. Does Anita Law want to ask her own question? Yep.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. After many delays, the report is now upon us. I do hope that after statements of apologies, which we keep getting to the abused, and phrases such as lessons are to be learned from those involved, can never be enough for those that have suffered such abuse. I do hope that these young girls, who are now ladies, are rightly compensated financially and given the respect they so rightly deserve. And all council staff whom have had their names redacted in this report, which we know who they are severely dealt with. Stand up to these people that have been abused and resign. This would be the most respectful thing to do. Let me just say one thing. It's not about you, or you, or you, or the panel there, or me. It's about the children. Thank you.
Thank you to Anita for the question. And again, obviously, I am deeply sorry to all the young women referenced in this report who, did suffer horrendously in the past. We failed them, but I do know an apology will not make up for that. We've already significantly changed the way that we work since the time the review relates to, and we can and we will have to improve further. All I can do is ensure that no child, and work every day to ensure that no child in Oldham is let down as these young women are. But this is the final question, and I think actually Anita finished on the best point that there is, because this review was never about something like party politics or about politicians. This review and the outcome of this is about those victims, and it's about those who are now young women that have suffered absolutely horrendously. And we, as a system, as a council and Greater Manchester Police, have got to ensure we now spend our time focusing on getting justice for those young women. Delayed justice, so it is, but we have to do that, and they are the people that come out of this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to agree with what Anita said. It is about protecting children now and making sure that the public can have confidence in what is being done to protect children now, but it's also about people that have been failed in the past. And I just want to say, as far as I'm concerned, as Mayor of Greater Manchester with responsibility as Police and Crime Commissioner for Greater Manchester Police, I will oversee the full reparation with respect to those who've been failed. And I will follow that through and ensure that that is what Greater Manchester Police do. But I would just say, if this report hadn't been commissioned in the first place, we wouldn't now have a force-wide CSE unit. We wouldn't have seen arrests in Manchester, charges in Rochdale. We wouldn't be seeing a debate in Parliament on Thursday. All of these things are critical if we are to work together, and we need to work together to have public confidence in our arrangements to secure children today. That is why I commissioned this report in 2017. It would have been easier for me not to do that, but I did it because I wanted to ensure that a spotlight was shone on Greater Manchester Police, on the councils involved, so that people had answers that they hadn't hitherto received. That is why I commissioned this report, and that is why this debate has been opened up and not before time. And it's very important to say I agree with what you said. This process must continue, but at some point we need to start to bring this town back together, bring confidence to the arrangements in Greater Manchester, and follow this process through.
Thank you, Andy. We're now moving on to members' questions. Members will now have an opportunity to ask a question of the panel. Can I ask members to indicate if they wish to ask a question? I have received advance notice of one question from an elected member, Councillor Brownridge. Councillor Brownridge, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Could the panel comment on Maggie Oliver's statement that CSE is still continuing? Thank you.
We're going to take 3 or 4 questions at once and then a response, a bit like we did with the public questions, and then there'll be a response.
Wilkinson's, Amblett, Chris Gloucester, Dave Arnott, please, in that order. I call on Councillor Wilkinson. Wilkinson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My question is for Chief Superintendent Bowen. The question concerns Sam, and I ask this question with her permission. Could you please explain when offender H was arrested and he implicated 2 other suspects, namely F and J, why neither have ever been arrested or interviewed? I appreciate this was evidence of a co-accused, but it was corroborated with forensic analysis at the scene. Samantha only discovered this information herself in March this year, which appears to be a clear failure by the police involved to keep this lady updated. Following on from this, I would also like to inquire why just 3 years on from this horrific event, with the case still unresolved and ongoing, was the evidence disposed of. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Right. Okay then, so the next question please from Councillor Hamlet.
Thank you, Madam
We're
Mayor.
taking 4 or 5 questions at once and then there'll be a response to them all.
Madam Mayor, repercussions of this will be felt for many years, and their family will also feel this. Their child is hurt and wounded. This review has provided a report for examples of cases where women were seriously failed by GMP and Oldham Council, not least the horrific experiences and lack of support given to Sophie, who I now believe is called Sam. Could you explain what additional support beyond that which is already on offer to the victims and their families is being provided to them by the Council and GMP to help them and their trauma? If more people are later found to have been failed by GMP and Oldham Council, for example, by contacting independent helpline, is there a strategy in place to support them? Thank you.
Thank you. I call on Councillor Chris Gloucester.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Mayor. So in 2015, upon first being elected to this council, I became a member of the Licensing Committee, and I've served on the Licensing Committee and the Driver Licensing Panel since then. I'm mindful that this report highlights work by the Licensing Committee early in 2015 in relation to safeguarding, and my own experience of the Licensing Committee in relation to the committee's desire to ensure that users of licensed vehicles are properly and appropriately safeguarded has never caused me to question the relevant policies and updates to these policies, particularly surrounding safeguarding and ensuring only fit and proper people are allowed to drive a vehicle licensed by this council. Similarly, I've never had to question decisions to revoke licences where a relevant driver has allegedly breached safeguarding rules or their alleged conduct has been such that it has called into question as to whether they're a fit and proper person. The evidential threshold being a balance of probabilities. However, one case in particular has caused me great consternation, not because of the committee's actions, which was to immediately revoke the licence of the male driver who allegedly propositioned a vulnerable male customer to engage in sex acts with him, but the fact that upon appeal the magistrates decided to overturn the committee's decision and return that driver's licence. It's fair to say that the magistrates' court are very hit and miss in relation to appeals, and I will simply pose the question as to whether magistrates hearing these cases are appropriately trained to understand taxi licensing regulations, are appropriately mindful of the lower evidential threshold for licensing, along with the safeguarding rationales being used by the committee to make these decisions. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Chris, would you like to respond? Chris wants to respond.
There's been a number of questions there, so I'll try to kind of cover the pertinent points on the different ones. The first question was, does CSE still exist, and is CSE still a problem? And it would be very naive of anybody to sit here and say there is no CSE. However, what we do have is much better joined up multi-agency approach to it, which has been outlined in today's meetings. The information sharing is far superior to where it was, and I am confident that someone who would make an allegation at this time in Oldham would receive a significantly different level of service to anybody who would have received it back at the time of the review. I've been asked also to comment on the investigation into Sam and the offenders H, F and J. Clearly, the report has identified a number of failures in the investigation that took place, including some in relation to offenders H, F and J. That will all be reviewed as part of Operation Sherwood as we review the investigations to see what evidential messes we've had and to ensure that whoever has committed these heinous crimes against the children of this borough are pursued to the full might of the law, and for that you have my reassurance. You asked also around additional support. I can give you update that as top of the daily support that is now in place through the complex safeguarding hubs that I detailed in a previous answer this evening. In the run-up to this report, I have met personally with senior leaders at the local authority to ensure that whatever support is required is provided not only to the victims that we know about, but to any new victims that may come forward as a result. And I can give you categoric reassurance that we will not falter in providing the support that we need to give to those victims we're aware of and anybody else that comes forward. Obviously, it's not for me to comment on the intricacies of the magistrates and the taxi licensing, so I'm going to leave that one to others.
Can I then just take Councillor Gloucester's comment about the Magistrates' Court? And I was concerned to hear what you said, Councillor Gloucester. It's not acceptable if decisions of councils are being undermined at that level without sufficient understanding of the system. So I will undertake, on the back of your intervention, to make contact with the chair of the Greater Manchester bench to raise your concerns, and I will endeavour to get a good, a thorough reply to you.
Right, thank you. On this quarter of the room, I've got Councillor Williamson and Holbin. Is anybody else in this part of the room wants to speak? Yeah. So, sorry, Councillor Ray.
Williamson. Councillor Williamson.
Yeah. Right, I've got the next three questions. The next three questions will be from Councillor Williamson, Councillor Holbin and Councillor Ray. I call on Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is really difficult because I was on the council in 2008. I first got elected to the council in 2008. I was attending meetings where we were discussing children looked after and safeguarding issues. So after reading and hearing what the public has said tonight and seeing the social media posts, it makes me feel sick. Sick to my stomach to realise that I, along with others, we had been deceived. I became a corporate parent when I got elected in 2008, and still 12 years later I'm one. But are we doing the right thing? If we can't look after other children who are not looked after, then where do we go from this? I keep thinking, did I miss something? Should I ask more questions and pushed for an answer when I was told everything was okay? I believed officers. Everything was clearly not okay. There are a whole host of issues that were not being investigated. I want to say to Sophie and all the other victims and those who have said stuff tonight, please hear me when I say I promise you I didn't know about any of this. I know you were disbelieved, not once or twice, but many times. Being disbelieved feels like being kicked in the solar plexus. You're in a state of shock, wanting to scream that you are not lying, and nobody believes you. They don't listen to you. You're only young and making it up. But you know you aren't making it up. Why are people making decisions for you when you can actually make your own? You have been let down so many times by the council, GMP and the Police and Crime Commissioner. I know saying sorry does not help you in any way, shape or form. But what will help, I believe, is that you know it is out in the open now. And if there are any other victims out there, that they can come forward and explain what has happened to you and others and get it investigated. Now, Madam Mayor, to my questions. How could this happen? Why was there such a lack of joined up work when the reports were made to the council by GMP and vice versa and it wasn't acted upon? And what are both organisations going to do to reassure victims that they can come forward and that what they say will be believed And what are both organisations going to do to catch these sick perpetrators? Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I just once again remind you that everybody here is going to ask a question, and just out of courtesy, can I ask you to stop shouting and hear the answer? The next question is from Councillor Holbin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If I may, just before my question, Madam Mayor, just ask for some clarification, maybe some advice, maybe some working this better, because I don't think bundling these questions together is doing us any favours. The questions are being forgotten before the answers are given out. There's people in here tonight, some of them may be rowdy, but there's people in here tonight that have spent their evening wanting answers, so we need it to be as clear and concise as possible. So pooling things together isn't giving these people answers, which is why, probably, that they're in the mood that they're in. Because all evening, it's been whiffle and waffle and no real answers. And now... and now you're pooling questions together and things are getting mixed up and the answers aren't being clear enough. So can we go to a question and an answer, please? And my question on that topic, my question will be one that wasn't answered before. Who was responsible for telling the review team not to interview Sam? It's a very important question. We need to identify them individuals and find out what's happening to them. So who were the people responsible for trying to stop Sam being interviewed by this review team?
Take both of those with Gerard.
Go on, we'll take both of them.
Gerard.
Nobody attempted to avoid Samantha being interviewed. That's not true.
Excuse me.
Sorry, Councillor Hoban.
I'm going to come back on that, Gerard. Gerard, we have the victim in this room tonight, so be careful what you say.
Can I answer the question about in relation to corporate parenting and about if everything was okay? Can I say that the corporate responsibility for our looked after children is one of the most important things we have a responsibility of in the council, and I hope nobody is told that everything is okay, because children are always vulnerable to and at risk, and I would never, I would hope that nobody has been told that. But we are working very hard with our corporate parenting panel to publicise the risks to children in care. I think in relation to, if I could finish, in relation to the point about Sam, I can say that there was no attempt to prevent Samantha. Her case was brought forward by the council. Information in relation to her case was produced by the council, and the review team was supported to interview her. Thank you.
Point of order, Madam Mayor. Point of order, Madam Mayor. Point of order. No, I won't sit down. The answer to that question, the victim is in this room, and that is lies. There's a council officer being untrue when the victim is in this very room. It's not possible.
So, Councillor Hoban, I can't answer the question, but I can only speak for myself. And given that Sophie, Sam is in the room. I want to answer the question from my own perspective. The review team approached me earlier this year, saying that they'd had contact, and that they said if the testimony was to be given, it would require a delay in the review. And I'm just trying to answer the question as far as I'm concerned. And the review team asked me earlier this year, was I prepared to delay the review to allow the further victim testimony to be given. I agreed to the delay in the review, even though that put the report back, and it left us. Some people said that was done for political reasons. It was not. It was done to provide the extra time for the testimony to be given. And I'm answering that directly because I want that to be known from my point of view.
That wasn't the question, Andy. That wasn't the question.
Only answer what
That wasn't the question, Andy.
Right. Ladies and gentlemen, we've taken count.
Excuse me. Come on.
We've taken Councillor Hobin's request into consideration, so we will be taking one question at a time. Can I ask Councillor Ray to ask a question, please?
You said if she was interviewed, she would commit suicide. That is what you said. You are nothing but disgusting, vile people. And I hope you can't fucking sleep tonight, and that's me swearing.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Lowe. Mrs. Lowe, Mrs. Cole, that is completely unacceptable language for this room. Can we just have a bit of calm, please?
Can we just have a bit of truth?
Councillor Ray, question, please.
My question's for the Leader of the Council. I've heard you say on a number of occasions now that if you don't deem something good enough for your own child, you don't deem it good enough for the children of this borough. Are you accepting of this report outing failing after failing, apology after apology? Is that acceptable for those then children, now adults? Doing things differently, moving forward, it's of no use to the victims of this report. What would you want to happen as a mother, as a parent? Is it really politics before safety? Is it counsellor before parent?
Thank you. And yeah, I've been leader for only 8 weeks, and my daughter is 1. But I took that view about if I were doing it, and I took that view when I was lead for education as well in council a few years ago, before I had a child, and the way I view it as politics, and I think we should all view this as councillors, whether you have children or not, is it acceptable to your child? Because if it's not, then it's not acceptable for anybody in this borough. But also, if we look at another way, accepting of adult social care. Would I want my parents to be treated in that way? And if I don't, then that's not acceptable either. Now,
we're talking about this report.
No, of course. So in terms of this report, I am not here, and I said this earlier, I'm not about to sit here and defend the indefensible. What has gone on in that report, and the failings were appalling. And I accept that. I was horrified when I read that report, and particularly when it's in relation to Sam, what has gone on there, but also in terms of the other victims as well. But nobody could be failed to be horrified of that. Right, of course I don't. And I see my role. What I'd want as a mother, if that was my child, I would want those people that committed those crimes to be brought before court and to sent to prison. I view it as a person that commits a child against a crime is the worst person on earth. Crimes against children and violence and sexual offences against children are beyond the pale and the worst crime you can commit. And that's what I want as a mother. And for the 10 or 11 victims that are referenced in that report, I hope and I want GMP to go back and find them all. And Councillor Wilkinson referenced it before about the failings that they could have been arrested. I expect them to be brought forward and to be served a very, very lengthy prison sentence, and finally have to face up to justice for the terrible inhumane things that they did previously, and that is how I view the report. And everything, because we're a councillor and you're a councillor, but I'm not going to be here forever. But I want to make Oldham better. When I leave, I want to leave Oldham slightly better than when I found it. And that's how I view public service. But I'm not going to be leader forever, but that's how I view it. And that's what I would want for those people.
Maybe we can start by telling the truth then. Maybe we can start with the truth, as every good parent would.
There's not a single lie I have told tonight, okay? I absolutely reject that accusation, because if that's what you're intimating, then that is wholly untrue.
To the entire panel.
Right, we've got, ladies and gentlemen, the next question is Councillor Murphy, then Councillor Arnott. Councillor Wilkinson, I did see you raise your hand, but that's for a second question. So now we've covered this quarter, we'll move on to this second quarter. Just keep your hands up for me while the question's asked. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Why have many of the key players not been interviewed? Of the 104 people in Appendix B, 52 were not interviewed, 39 not approached, 1 died, and the remainder declined to respond. There are some omissions, 13 officers in GMP, including the Assistant Chief Constable and someone labelled the responsible detective, all presumably involved in at least one of these 11 cases. OMBC's legal service officers, OMBC Executive Director in charge of Helena 2, which targeted kids missing from care in the early 2000s, Keith Vaz, Journalist B, the Liberal Democrat leader, the Conservative leader, the chair of licensing panel, a manager in the local Safeguarding Children Board, the managing director of Children's Services at OMBC, Leader B, the managing director of Children's Services, Executive Director A, advocate for Sophie, Mr. K, and the director of Children's Services at OMBC. How can we have assurance if there's doubts about the full story being told? Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Murphy. So I can't speak for the review team, but I can only tell you what they said to me. What they did, as we've heard tonight, is that they reviewed thousands and thousands of documents given to them by Oldham Council, or that they requested from Oldham Council, and that they requested from Greater Manchester Police. They were and have been under pressure to get the report out, because there was a pressure from this community not to leave a long delay when everyone was saying, when is the report coming out? But what I would want to say in answer to your question, as tonight is making clear, this is not the end of the story by any means. No, it's not by any means. This is, in some ways, this opens out the issue. I think, as Councillor Williamson said before, it breaks the issue out. And this issue needed, if people could listen, this issue needed to be broken out. This had to happen. This kind of difficult exchange had to happen. And once the issue is broken out into the open, then the evidence can be followed and the right actions can be taken. And from my perspective, with regard to Greater Manchester Police, I can assure everybody here tonight that Operation Sherwood will be funded and supported to go as far and as long as it needs to go to bring perpetrators to justice, as we are seeing with Operation Lytton and as we are seeing with Operation Green Jacket. It's easy to say nothing is being done, but people have been arrested who thought they had got away with it. And I'm confident the same will happen here. It is incumbent on all authorities and individuals who have been implicated in this report to follow through every part of this report and to continue further inquiries where those are justified. That is the position as we are here tonight. But I would say again, at some point, we have to come back to a degree of working together to deal with the issues in this report. We need to remember, all of us, that it's children at stake here, and an undignified debate on these important issues does not serve the interests of our children. What we need to do is remember, all of us, our responsibilities to our children. We should not be conducting a debate in this fashion, in this way. We need now to start to deal with the issues, as difficult as they are, make reparation where we need to, and follow things through to the full. And that is what we will be doing from a Greater Manchester Combined Authority perspective, working with Greater Manchester Police and Oldham Council.
The next, I've got Councillor Arnott, Councillor Burns, Councillor Quigg and Councillor Birch. Councillor Arnott, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This report was commissioned as an assurance review to assure and reassure the public. If it reassures the public, then it has succeeded. I suggest that it is not. This report has brought to light an astonishing catalogue of unforgivable conduct, poor governance and outright incompetence at best. This has allowed unspeakable crimes against children in this borough to be continued by twisted and evil individuals and groups of men for years. And as the former leader of the council, Aruj Shah, stated only recently, are continuing. In Oldham, we are here now, whether we like it or not, because of hundreds of concerned residents. As individuals, small, newly formed political parties and loose alliances started to speak out against what they saw as a town becoming steeped in the mire of grooming, sexual abuse and the rape of young girls, and a police service and council who would not or would not act on their behalf. They have forced this council to examine its conduct historically and in the present, and they have, and that was the right thing to do. In return, they have been treated appallingly. Many have been branded racist, criminals, BNP supporters and far-right activists. But it is they that have forced this inquiry. Whether that is an uncomfortable truth, it is the truth. These people have not campaigned for the far right. They have campaigned for the right thing. The findings of this report do not assure or reassure the Oldham public. The narrow terms of reference, scope and content of the review have been criticised from all quarters, including damning condemnation from the highly respected campaigner Maggie Oliver. In March, with further delays announced in the report's publication, I called for government intervention in a motion laid before this council. It carried the full support of all opposition parties, for which they should be commended. We will again call for a full and broad-ranging independent public inquiry alongside or independent of any national initiatives that the government may introduce or conduct. My question therefore is to the entire panel or any of the panel. Mayor Burnham's previous answer aside, I accept that. Does any member of the panel feel that the Oldham public would not be well or better served by an independent public inquiry that addresses their concerns to their satisfaction? Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Amanda Chatterton.
Thank you to Councillor Arnott. As I stated previously before, I wouldn't support another review of Oldham Council in relation to historic practices of CSE. we've had 2.5 years of an independent review looking into historic practice of CSE. And you reference what Maggie Oliver said there, but actually Maggie Oliver was praising of the 2 independent assessors. Those 2 people are employed by the Home Office on a regular basis. They are seen by the current Conservative government as the system leaders in terms of looking at CSE in councils that have not dealt with it previously, as they did in Rochdale and as they did in Rotherham and as they've done in other places. It is now for us, and as I referenced before, the Home Office and the Home Secretary are fully aware of this report and they've been fully briefed on it. If the government want to take action, that is entirely up to the government, but I will not be asking for them to take any further action or any further reviews in relation to Oldham Council. I think for us now, we have to learn some of the things from that report, but also, most importantly, it needs to be passed on to GMP for Operation Sherwood to ensure we get justice for those 10 victims referenced in the report. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, really, all you're doing by shouting is stopping people from listening to answers. I call on Councillor Barnes. Councillor Barnes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And before I start, I'm going to address the bench. I have never seen such an unprofessional attitude from a senior officer of the council who has sat here most of the evening with a smug grin on his face. Not acceptable, Mr. Jones. Not acceptable at all. You answer to us. It is not the other way around. It's not acceptable at all. The assurance review into child sexual exploitation has finally been published. It is a damning indictment of the failures of both Oldham Council and Greater Manchester Police. This review should not be the end of the matter. It should be the beginning. It simply is not good enough for apologies and mea culpas from the council leader and the chief constable and for scripted answers from the panel here tonight. Greater Manchester Police failed Sophie on numerous occasions. They failed to act and a victim was let down. What action did they take against the officers who failed her? And if no action was taken, what will Greater Manchester Police do now to ensure those officers who failed her are held to account? Is it any wonder that Greater Manchester Police is in special measures? They've announced the launch of Operation Sherwood recently, but this only looks at a handful of cases. Can Greater Manchester Police give an assurance today that they will follow the evidence and open up new cases, including any criminal activities by those in public office? Madam Mayor, this assurance review's terms of reference were far too narrow and written by Oldham Council. How can this be seen as independent in any way? How can this be seen as sound and robust? This assurance review is nothing but a cover-up. It's a whitewash. It is not designed to shine sunlight on the failures of Oldham Council and Greater Manchester Police. Rather, it has been spun as a lessons learned review, and now Oldham Council expect all 60 elected members to toe their line and agree with it. No, no, no. Madam Mayor, I've never been a yes man, and I will not dance to the tune of the officers of this council and agree with the outcomes of this review. What we all want to see in the public gallery tonight, and those of us on this side, is justice for the victims of CSE and the grooming gangs. Now is the time for sunlight to be the best disinfectant. Now is the time for a public inquiry when this council does not set the terms of reference and that any time frame for such an inquiry is widened. Nothing should be left out. And if that means it uncovers hundreds or thousands of cases of historic CSE, then so be it. After all, it was admitted by the former council leader on March the 16th this year that grooming gangs are still operating in Oldham today. And then she instructed her Labour councillors, the majority of whom are in this room tonight, to vote down a motion to bring in a government. We are all corporate parents, and now is the time for all of us to stand up and be counted and say that the assurance review does not go far enough. And given that Shabir Ahmed worked for Oldham Council and this was suppressed by this council, of which Councillor Chadden is now leader, including many sat beside her, will she now demand the resignation of Daddy's mates and support calls for public inquiry into her disgraced council?
Councillor Barnes, I will answer as far as I can to what you say. I commissioned, or I agreed to commission this report when I was asked to do so, to open up this debate, this issue. And I would say to you, I listened carefully to what you said. You called the report both a damning indictment and a cover-up. Respectfully, I don't think it can be both. It's either one or the other. It's either a damning indictment because it has told things as they are, or it hasn't. I think it has told things that they are, but there is more. And let me say to you, if any victim of child sexual exploitation, current or historic, comes forward to Greater Manchester Police, I will ask the Chief Constable to ensure that every allegation is followed up to the full. And that's why I say to you, in the same way that I said to Councillor Murphy, this isn't the end of the story. This issue now is out in the open. And actually, it's not another review and another review. I think it's action, it's prosecution that I think the public of Oldham will want to see. And that is what we are committing to, myself, the Chief Constable, and Greater Manchester Police in Operation Sherwood. People are already trying to undermine Operation Sherwood in this room tonight. Well, why? When Operation Green Jacket has produced arrests, when Operation Lytton has produced charges and a criminal trial, how can it be in the interest of the people of Oldham for people to undermine Operation Sherwood, which will now act on this report?
Councillor Chadderton.
Thank you. So, just a couple of things on the Shabir. So, a couple of things with regards to the Shabir Ahmed thing. Obviously, I'm not going to agree to an independent review. I've just answered that with Councillor Arnott's question, so that's already been covered, so I won't go back on that ground. So, with regards to the Shabir Ahmed thing, now I was not involved in those terms of reference, and I obviously wasn't leader when it came about. As I understand it, it was the council that brought it to the attention of the reviewers that Shabir Ahmed worked here. We didn't try to cover it up, as I understand it, and it was us that told the reviewers he worked here, and would they like to look into it, and that was one of the reasons it was expanded from 2011 and 14 to longer. So that's unfounded that, and that was us that did it. I mean, for context, when Shabir Ahmed started working here, I was 2 years old, and when he left working here, it was 6 years before I came onto the council. I've never met the man, I never knew the man, I was never active in Labour Party politics at the time that he was a member or active in the local Labour Party. I do not know who know him, as I said previously, and I have no list. I struggle to see how can be held to account for that, and I had no involvement whatsoever in that, and that predates my time, certainly as leader, obviously, but it certainly predates my time on the council.
So, quick.
Councillor Quigg.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. How to follow that is probably one. But I think how not to read a room is probably best described here tonight. You've heard the public gallery. Imagine what it's like out there in the living rooms and the bedrooms. And, you know, everyone out there is angry. And tonight has just been like an East German Politburo meeting, where you're all just standing there, read from a script, sit down, and that's it. It doesn't answer the questions that people have. And we're only here tonight because of the victims, the parents, the grandparents, and probably the town itself, who have had to drag this council here, kicking, screaming, through one leader, two leaders, and now this one. It doesn't just happen overnight. It just doesn't happen within a week, a fortnight, a month, or a year. This abuse has been going on for years. And we've seen tonight survivors sat in the gallery, a survivor who came up to the mic, coming from 1981. 1981. And these people aren't lying. These people aren't making it up. These people aren't saying barefaced lies. Because that was what was said to the former deputy leader of the council when she stood up and asked the question. It was barefaced lies, and we're here now to talk about what is essentially a massive scandal of girls as young as 12 and perhaps even younger being raped, sexually abused, and then some more on top. For too long, justice has been denied. And I would say to the victims, if they can, to do go and get re-interviewed by the police. I know they've got no confidence in them after everything that's happened, but do go. And for the CPS to review the cases that they had, to review those cases and see what prosecutions they can bring, because there must be a mountain of evidence and there must be enough reports that either the GMP or others compiled, put together, and perhaps weren't worth prosecuting. We've heard that one before, haven't we? We have heard that one before. But sadly, tonight, Oldham joins an infamous list of towns. From Rotherham to Rochdale to Telford. And it's all because the council, the police, failed to take those reporting this horrific crime seriously. Failed to share vital information between agencies and departments, and failed to support the victims full stop. So where we get this report tonight is why we are here. And Gerard, you say that people committing the abuse are the real criminals. Yes, they are. Absolutely. But so too are those who failed in the duty of care to look after those victims. And what are we going to do about bringing not only misconduct, but criminal prosecutions against these people? If I did, in financial services, a financial crime, I'd be hauled before the courts and lose my job. In fact, Mr. Bowen, you'd probably be the one to haul me off. Because that's how serious they take money. How are we not doing it with children and young victims of this town? So, my questions are this. You'd be glad to hear, probably. Why did the council fail to inform schools, and thus parents, of the risks posed by shisha bars in the meeting on the 24th of October 2013? Why was more weight put on community cohesion rather than on informing the public of matters of public safety? Not only that, if the council can publish a full data set of the ethnicity and age of those found to be abusing CSE victims, because thus far, with the failure of IOPS, and when you try to ask Greater Manchester Police about crime numbers, we always get the same, we don't know. We ain't got a number, we can't do this. So I think it's important that we know where we are now before we start looking in the past, because I think that is where a lot of the problems have been raised, a lot of the questions that have been posed by the public tonight have stemmed from the lack of accessible public information. Can I also ask whether this is the panel, whoever it may be, to confirm how many victims fell through the net of the council, the police, and any other organisation who was subsequently trafficked, raped, and exposed to the grooming in Oldham over a period covered by the review, and if necessary, beyond. And I think, Mr. Mayor, given that you're obviously here tonight, How many reports of CSE were missed by the disaster of the IOPS system? Given that we don't know how many, we know 80,000 crimes were missed, how many of them were victims who may have reported it, or reports that there could have been suspicious activity? Because at the end of the day, if we're about to talk about lessons being learnt, and as we heard about the licensing committee only recently, I think it's about time we knew where we stood on this matter and how much data and how much information has been gathered. And finally, to people like Sam, I'm newly elected, and to the victims who've spoken here tonight, you've probably never had an apology, or if you have, it's always been in writing. We're sorry. We should have done this. We should have done this better. Sam, take them to the cleaners, love, because that's the only way you're going to get justice. Take them through the civil courts, take them through the civil remedies, and if necessary, go all the way to Parliament, because we've had plenty of debates in Parliament, and we've got another one. And it was posed by the member for Ashfield at the last debate, on another meeting, on another cases of CSE. And he posed the question, how many people in public office, behind the scenes, in the councils and the police have been brought to justice? That's the answer, none. So when will we get that justice for these victims? Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillors, I am conscious of time, and I'm conscious of time, so if you can be concise with your questions, it would be appreciated, because we've still got time for the bench here to respond. Thank you. The next...
Well, can we respond to this one? Better respond to that one, okay?
I'm suggesting in response to Councillor Quigg that we invite Gerard to talk about the schools issues, Chris about the police issues, and potentially other Parliament members will contribute then about the wider issues you've raised, but specifically pick up those two.
Can I say that the information has been routinely shared with schools. In 2013, I couldn't actually give assurance about the details of all of the programmes that were in place at that time. But perhaps I can write to the member afterwards to set out the details of that. Thank you.
Yeah, there was a number of points within the question, and I couldn't stand here and give you an honest answer on whether there was an implication of the IOPS computer system. We all know there were issues with it. However, I would be making anything up if I said it, so I'm not going to sit here and say it. What I can do is we can have a review and have a look and see whether we can find that information and get back to you at a later date. However, what I can reassure you in the main point of the question is that we will follow all lines of inquiry to wherever they lead us to. And if that leads us to perpetrators, we will implement the full use of the law. Operation Sherwood is up and running. I agree with you. I hope people will come forward and speak to us and give us the opportunity to put right what was wrong in the past. And in order to do that, we do need people to speak to us. So I would implore people to come forward, tell us what's happened, give us everything we need in order to get successful prosecutions to deliver lengthy prison sentences for those who deserve them.
Councillor Birch, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In the interest of time, I'll ask my question directly to the Director of Children's Services. What has changed since 2014 to improve the quality of casework, and what is being done to ensure that there are appropriate levels of suitably qualified social workers to ensure that vulnerable children in the borough are protected? Thank you.
Councillor Birch, unfortunately, we couldn't hear your question. Councillor Birch, we couldn't hear your question. Could you ask it again, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The
They're not
question
gonna let
was
me, are they? They're not gonna let
directly
me.
to the Director
No.
of Children's Services.
They're not going to let me.
What has
They're
changed
not gonna
since
let me, are you?
2014 to improve the quality of casework, and what is being done to ensure that there are appropriate levels of
Child
suitably
A, you all
qualified
listened to it yesterday.
social workers
You all
to
heard
ensure
the
that
harrowing
vulnerable
testimony
children in the
of Child A
borough are
yesterday.
protected?
Don't pretend you didn't. All of you heard the harrowing testimony of Child A yesterday. Child A was prevented from giving her testimony by Burnham's team. Child A had two lines in her testimony. She came to me crying. This child came to me crying. Crying. A child of our town came to me crying. No. She was trying to get me out is what's going on. A child of our town came
Mr.
to me
Mayor,
crying
you have not been
because
called
Andy
to this
Burnham's
chamber
review
to
team
speak.
did
Please
not
can you turn
take
your
her
microphone
testimony
off?
and police officers turned up on her door. 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 And this police officers left a scrap of paper signed from this officer here. Severe mental health problems, tried to commit suicide twice, no consideration. The girl's crying and she gives her testimony and I share it, and the only reason I shared my testimony was because it was blocked. I urged her to go to the review team. She wrote to Andy Burnham, he hasn't got back to her. And then this morning, Operation Sherwood that we keep hearing about, police officer from Operation Sherwood contacted this poor kid. I've just spoke to the officers involved in Operation Sherwood. They have made me aware of the implications of me talking to you and the effects it could cause on the prosecution of past perpetrators and other victims, and having a case against them. They phoned a young woman yesterday, who testified yesterday, and threatened her today. That's what they did. That's what they did.
Disgraceful! 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 Disgraceful!
Councillor Taylor.
Disgraceful! Disgraceful! Violent and disgraceful behaviour!
Councillor Taylor.
Violent, disgraceful behaviour! Criminal behaviour!
Excuse me,
Criminal
Madam Mayor.
behaviour!
There wasn't an opportunity to answer my question.
Oh, sorry.
Can I just take on the suggestion that this was my review team and that I was putting any undue pressure, inappropriate pressure on the review team? I did not have any contact with the chair of the review with respect to anybody who should or should not be interviewed. The review team were entirely independent of me, and I refute any suggestion to the contrary.
Okay.
Councillor Taylor.
Councillor Taylor. Moving on,
No,
Councillor Taylor.
Councillor Taylor.
Yeah. Right.
Nobody, not one person who has read this report can feel anything but dismay and distress at some of the failures and personal accounts that are highlighted in it. But it is so important that we all speak, all of us, all speak honestly about the findings of this review. There has been a lot of prejudgment and online speculation from some people in this chamber about the findings. But now that the review has been published, I would urge everybody to read it fully in its entirety. The review clearly highlights the systemic problems that contributed and caused a series of failings at that time. And we shouldn't try and hide from that, because it's important that we highlight where things didn't work so we can fully understand what went wrong and why, and make sure that it doesn't happen again. But it's right to say this. We asked for this review because it was the right thing to do. And the time period that the review covers, from 2011 to 2014, is the point that we, as a Labour administration, came back into office. We requested the review. We did not seek to cover the period where the joint opposition were in power prior to this in order to try and share or absolve any responsibility. As has already been said, there will be an adjournment debate in Parliament on Thursday. If the Home Office has any concerns or wants to undertake a further review, the Conservative government, they not only have the power to do so, but they are morally obligated to do so, as they did in Rotherham. So let us see if the government believes, as Councillor Arnott said, that a full, broad-range, independent inquiry is necessitated. Safeguarding failures are not about scoring political points or trying to cover up for anybody. It's about solving problems by creating the environment to make changes that support our children as well as our social workers to be able to do their job properly. I know this report will make difficult reading for many people, not least those who have suffered personally. So I just want to take this opportunity to reiterate again. If anybody listening tonight wants to speak to a trained professional or report an incident that's happened in the past, please do get in touch by calling our dedicated helpline, all the details of which can be found on the website. I think and I hope on in this chamber is that we all want the victims who have experienced CSE to be able to come forward, and language is very, very important in that process. Therefore, what I want to end by and ask the question is that to make sure that these details are shared widely and, if possible, included in this transmission, so that those people who have been victims have the confidence to come forward. It is incumbent upon us all to make sure that people who have been failed have the opportunity to come forward, and we should be supportive of that. Thank you.
Yeah, of course, we'll add it to the transmission.
Councillor Chatterton.
So do you want to...
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, Elaine, of course we'll move the extension. Obviously, I'm conscious of time and Council has a guillotine of 9:30. What I propose to do is probably to move a 15-minute extension and take maybe 4 or 5 questions, and then additional questions that members have. If we don't get round to it, if you then send them in, then we'll give a response back via email. Does that seem reasonable? We agreed on that?
Seconded.
I'd rather stay, Amanda. I'd rather stay so that all questions are asked and all answers are given and the public are given what they want, because they haven't been giving it up to now. So I'd extend for at least half an hour.
I'm not commenting on the extension, Leader, but I did ask 6 specific questions in my contribution nearly 2 hours ago, of which nobody's attempted to answer at all. And I'm just wondering how that's going to be dealt with. As did Pamela as well, I noticed as well. We both asked questions of which neither of us had any answers.
Madam Mayor, it's clear that the priority tonight, the priority was allocated, and that's why we suspended council procedure rules, we suspended time limits on the public, which ordinarily would have been 30 minutes. The priority was given to the public questions, and we covered every single question that was submitted. In terms of elected member questions now, in terms of your questions, we have covered a lot and we're starting to repeat ourselves. So the leader suggested 15 minutes for any final questions, and then any question that is submitted, my commitment to you is that the question will not only be replied to, but it will be copied to every member of the council. Okay? So every member of the council will see the question asked and the response. So it's been moved that there's a 15-minute extension. Is that seconded?
What about the members of the public?
Seconded.
What about the members of the public finding the answers?
And is that agreed? Agreed. So there's a 15-minute extension. We take 4 or 5, and then every member, and I will publish this with the responses, every member can write to me and we'll coordinate a response to every question that you weren't able to answer tonight. But the Mayor has said now in the final 5 questions, and many people, we're not going to get around you all, clearly any indications here in terms of that? Hume.
Thank you very much.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor. Excuse me, Madam Mayor. Point of order if I have to, or whatever I need to do. People have come out of their houses tonight. It doesn't matter what time we're here till. Let's finish it off tonight. Let's not drag this on. There is no need. I'm a working councillor, Madam Mayor, and I'm willing to stay here past midnight and go to work late tomorrow. Let's do it.
Councillor Obin, 15 minutes has been proposed. We'll see what we like after 15 minutes. You've not had a reply, have you?
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. So, we saw some, in the public question, some contributions from anonymised victims, and I know that the police have said that they're going to, and we saw the incredibly brave woman who put herself, spoke earlier, showed so much strength to do that. I would like to get a guarantee that actually the victims are not just encouraged to to contact the police, but actually that the people who've written the questions tonight are actually reached out to make sure that they get the justice that they deserve. Thank you.
Yes, I can confirm that the 10 cases referred to in the report, we have been in contact with all of those women directly prior to the publication of the report. We're providing ongoing support to them, and we'll be helping them through the process to ensure that we get any evidence. Anybody else who's identified to us and we've got contact details, we will make a proactive approach to you. Have my reassurance.
Madam Mayor, would you mind if there are allegations being made that I don't want to just leave? I don't want people to be able to shout out things.
It's not part of the process, Andy. We all get told to shut up and sit down.
I'm not going to just sit here and have abuse shouted out.
Well, we have a time limit, Andy. We've been given a time limit, and you're not allowed to ask questions.
And I'm not sitting here and just having that said. And when people say, look in the mirror, this is only happening
There is a time limit. There is a time limit.
The last point I would say is everyone in this chamber tonight should ask themselves, are victims more likely to come forward or not because of the way this has been conducted tonight? We should give victims confidence to come forward, and that's about conducting this in a respectful way where we listen to each other and we don't shout abuse.
Madam Mayor, please can I ask that Mr Burnham shows more respect to members of the council. This is an extraordinary council meeting, and Mr Burnham is not an elected member of this council, so I would ask him to show more respect to members and not be so rude to them. Thank you.
Councillor Woodvine, the Mayor was asked to be part of a panel and he's entitled to respond like any other member of the panel. Right, we are eating into the time, Councillor Woodvine. We've got members here
I would not like to be
queuing up to ask
addressed by the
questions.
Chief Executive either. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
So, who's there next on the line?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This report is of great interest to me because I do hold the portfolio for children and young people in this council, and I'm very proud to do that. But it's been said, and I think Andy's partly answered it earlier, we all have a part to play and we need to build up public confidence in the system. Children, young people and families and the general public need to know that when they raise a concern, they will be listened to, and where appropriate, action will be taken. How can we build up this confidence? Can you give us some ideas, please?
Do you want me to answer it, I suppose, from a political perspective? I mean, as councillors, we're here, aren't we, to set the direction of the tone of the organisation. We're not here to be social workers. Now, I think that children and young people should be the golden thread that run through this organisation. We are one of the youngest towns in the north of England, and it's our job to build a town that our young people are proud of. and that is fit for them for the future. But it's more than that as well. It's about giving them a good education, about dealing with our early years as well. But you only get confidence from your residents when people start to see that. So when they see their kids going to a good nursery, a good early years centre, or getting a good education, or being able to have a house that they can buy, and that competency builds into confidence of our residents. And that's all 60 of our jobs to be able to do that. That'd be my answer on it. I don't know if Gerard want to expand, but I think
Councillor Alandini, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Sorry, yes. Originally we had the report into Operation Augusta, which was done by the same people, and it was very well respected and very well done. In the report that was provided here, Newsom and Ridgway specified that they did not receive the same access to information from the police that they received with regards to Operation Augusta. So what I would like to ask is, what justification was given by the police for not providing that information? And as Police and Crime Commissioner, can I ask you why the organisation that comes under your remit did not provide that information to the investigation being carried out under your offices? And given that the review has found serious failures, why subsequently has that not changed? Why has GMP not provided information after the review on the rest of the cases? That's missing, and it specifies in the report that it cannot give assurance as to GMP without that information. It's really important that the police are investigating, and thank you to Chief Superintendent Bowen for talking about the investigations that are going to happen and the prosecutions that are going to happen. But we also need that trust into what happened, and GMP did not provide that information. Why is that not there? There's been no answer.
So, thank you, Councillor. Let me take your question head on. I had concerns about how Greater Manchester Police, under the previous leadership, engaged with the Child Sexual Exploitation Review, and it was one of the reasons why I replaced the Chief Constable with the current Chief Constable. And I believe since that change, there has been a culture change within Greater Manchester Police. From day one, I asked him to ensure that there was full engagement with this review for the purposes I set it up, which was to give people answers, to open this issue up as it has done tonight. And I say it again, before, if this is the last time I speak, if any child in Oldham, young person, is watching this tonight, are they more likely to come forward or not? Following the conduct of this meeting tonight, it is incumbent on everybody here to give people confidence to come forward. And that is about conducting these matters in the right, respectful way that we should do.
Councillor Kenyon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This report was meant to give us all assurance that both GMP and Oldham Council have been doing their job. In the case of GMP, where the authors note a less than candid approach, leading them to conclude that this negatively affects the assurance that they are able to give, Andy Burnham, who both commissioned the report on one hand and then on the other hand presided over the police non-cooperation, does have answers to answer. There are 11 kids involved in this report. You must have been reading a different report to me, because the data processing agreement only extended to Shabir Ahmed and also to Sofid. In the case of the council, we also saw much negligence, many failures of process, and many instances where these failures were either not detected or not followed up. This ultimately led to the horrendous abuse that we have all read about. The council asks us to accept on trust that this was in the past and that things have changed. I'm here to tell you today, and I'm sure you realise this, that this is not acceptable to many of us sat here and many of the residents of Oldham, and I imagine many of the survivors. We need to know exactly what has happened here, and I hope that the survivors' legal representatives will push for a full judicial inquiry. But in the meantime, trust is earned through verification. Will Council commit to finding out if any of those who are responsible for these failings, and also those responsible for implementing the system that didn't detect these failings, that they are held to account. If any of these people still work for the council, whether they will be disciplined, retrained or fired. In addition, we need to see that things have changed and we need some sort of scrutiny body to oversee this in detail.
Thank you to Councillor Kenyon. Thank you. So Councillor Kenyon, of course, I mean, there's nothing in the report that points to misconduct, but we will look at that. And if there is misconduct against any staff, then we will take action. We'll obviously work with GMP, as I've stated as well, in terms of taking action against any individuals. That's a criminal matter. When you talk about the procedures that were put in place, when you read that report, if you've read all of it, it talks about the structural flaw within the messenger service, doesn't it? And Malcolm Newson points out very clearly that one of the reasons there was an issue about sharing of data and about escalation of data was because of the structural flaw in messenger. Now, that has been resolved, and we've now worked to a complex safeguarding hub, which was set up a couple of years ago. So for the first time ever, as social workers and as health professionals, they now sit with GMP in Oldham Police Station. And that, as you read through the report, when they talked about the structural deficits and deficiencies in Messenger, that was because they weren't all under the same roof. So Messenger worked to a certain extent, but the problem with Messenger was there wasn't enough social workers within that team. So the escalation never moved round and the sharing of information never moved. So we have now worked to what we call a complex safeguarding hub, which is a GMY practice. And that solves the issue in regards to the structural issue. I do agree, though, Councillor Kenyon, of course, and I can't sit here today, and no council leader in the country can, and say our social work practice is perfect, because it's not. But social work practice will never, ever be perfect. You are on a continuous journey of improvement to try and get better. And we have to test ourselves. We test ourselves continuously against things like Ofsted, and we've had 2 visits over the past 18 months. We have peer reviews every month. We do another 4-week Ofsted inspection over 12 months. And these are things that we are continuously tested on in social care. And we're not here to hide, and the doors aren't closed. People come in and look at our practice continuously. But you are right, you know, it's a never-ending cycle of improvement, and we have to do more to assure ourselves that we are the best we can be today, but knowing that next week I need to be better than I am today. Thank you.
Councillor Wilkinson, I am aware that you put your hand up to ask a second question, but we need to move to the summing up now. So if you submit it, then you'll get a response.
Thank you, Mayor.
We will now hear closing statements. Can I ask Gerald Jones, Director of Children's Services, make a statement?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to thank everybody for their questions tonight. It's so important we take time to answer these, and those that haven't been answered, there's been a lot of questions. I know not everybody's had the detail, and I commit, as Harry has done, that we will respond to all of the unanswered questions, and we will provide all the information that people have asked for. And we're committed to being open about the safety of our children. If there's one thing I think we've agreed in this chamber, in the difficult conversation we've had tonight, is we put our children first in Oldham. And I want to commit to you that we will do everything that we possibly can to identify victims and to bring the offenders of the crimes against them to justice. This isn't the end of our response to the independent review, it's the beginning. And as I said earlier, tackling sexual exploitation is a journey that we commit to. Every day we're out in Oldham visiting children to protect them and keep them safe, and we will continue to work tirelessly to do so. Thank you for your support.
Can I ask Chief Superintendent Chris Bowen to make a statement?
I'd just like to finish tonight by paying tribute to those who for years have lived with the horrors and hurt of the ongoing trauma that's happened, and to give you my personal reassurance that my job is to ensure that Operation Sherwood delivers on its aim to provide justice for those who should have had justice all those years ago, to provide support and ongoing support to anybody who brings further allegations to us, and to make sure that however long ago the offence took place, that we ensure that justice is served for the young people of Oldham. Thank you for your time today.
Does Council receive and note the information discussed?
Agreed.
Agreed. Thank you all for your attention. That concludes the business of this meeting.
Thank you, Madam.